They are a necessary precondition, but not a sufficient one. There is real scepticism in many quarters about whether Europe can actually deliver on its ambitions. Part of this stems from the politics. Europe is a diverse place, as you all know, and not every member state sees CMU in the same way. And, as you also know, securing agreement between Europe's Council, Parliament and Executive can be a torturous process, filled with so many compromises that something that began as a relatively simple proposal becomes impossibly complex. And that's if you get anything through at all. This conference is about capital markets union. If we take a brief detour into banking union, Europe's deposit insurance guarantee scheme has been on the drawing board for almost 10 years now, and to me it still seems no closer. Some aspects of capital markets union could prove similarly divisive. Many people I speak with accept that tax incentives will be needed to drive the retail investment strategy. I think we can all probably agree tax is not an area where agreement between member states has traditionally been easy to come by. Insolvency rules are another topic where harmonisation would be helpful, but getting there could be difficult. And then we have securitization. Demonised during the great financial crisis, securitization has had something of a 360 in terms of how it's perceived in policy circles, and is now often sold as being the low-hanging fruit for capital markets union. But the political reality could prove very different. Many countries, and it may shock some of you here, just don't care that much about securitization. They don't see it as relevant for markets. They have bank finance and they're perfectly happy. And in some corners of Europe, securitization has not entirely shed the stigma of the financial crisis. Some of the issues that could threaten progress in securitization have greater resonance for the Capital Markets Union project. In corners of Brussels and in other capital cities across the EU, there are people who understand the CMU, who know what Europe could stand to gain from its execution. But I'm from a small town in Ireland, a place with a population of around 30,000, and I could probably count on one hand the number of those 30,000 people who know or care about CMU. And that's including my parents, who've been forced to read my pieces about CMU. A decade on, CMU remains an obtuse concept for most. There is a real knowledge gap, a lack of understanding about what Europe is trying to build here, and about why we should spend time on this when there are so many more pressing concerns like a trade war and rolling climate disasters. Now, I know these things are all interrelated. My point is, the public at large does not. Putting the Savings and Investment Union umbrella over the CMU and Banking Union, it does make the concept more relatable and understandable, but it is far from job done. And getting wider public buy-in is critical, not only to getting support for the regulations that will be necessary for Capital Markets Union, but also for Capital Markets Union flourishing once it's up and running. The fact that you build it does not mean they will come. Which brings me to the private sector. There is fatigue there, especially among foreign firms doing business in the EU. From the Brussels bubble, the Paris one even, it's easy to think CMU is a first-order issue, a key topic we should all be focused on. But imagine how it looks from the headquarters of a firm in the US, where you've been hearing dispatches about CMU for more than a decade, with little evidence of progress. It's not hard to see why some would lose interest. Now, think about the other European finance headlines those international executives are hearing, like the political fallout surrounding UniCredit's proposed takeover of Commerzbank. All I'll say on that is, it does not exactly create the impression of a joined-up approach to European finance. None of this is to say there aren't plenty of reasons to be positive, optimistic even, as Europe takes these next steps towards more integrated capital markets. But I think it's also necessary to be realistic about the challenges in reaching perfect solutions to everything listed under the Capital Markets Union banner. To make meaningful progress, pragmatism will probably be demanded. There may be some areas where groups of countries have to make a first start in the hopes others will join them later. And Europe may have to drop some of CMU's aspirations so it can make progress on the big ticket items or even the achievable ones. On the flip side, I'd ask you all who are in the official sector world to consider this. There may be some things that can be done to relieve pressure in capital markets without going to the Capital Markets Union. There may be things individual regulation going to the capital market. There may be things regulators, individual stakeholders can do to ease frictions now. As I mentioned earlier this morning, this room is full of people far more expert than me, including our fantastic lineup of speakers, many of whom can actually influence the outcome of these topics. And I know we're all very excited to hear what they have to say. We're also looking forward to contributions from our large and expert audience, both in person and online. We're going to now do our first poll of the day, hopefully, which is going to appear on a screen behind me any minute now, because we're keen to test the temperature here to see how you feel about SIU at the start of the day versus at the end. So there is a Slido poll, which is hopefully going to appear any minute now on the screen. And what it shall ask you is, what are your views on the SIU project? Are you optimistic, curious, or skeptical, I think was, or I think the third one was, I am not convinced. We appear not to have that up, so we'll hopefully have that up soon, and you can maybe fill it out during Verina's speech, who's about to join me. I'm delighted to introduce in a second Verena Rossi, I'm sure you all know, is chair of ESMA, and will welcome you all and set the scene for the conference. We also have many VIPs who I think Verena will also tell you about. And have we got, yes, we have got Slido, okay. Can you tell from that, because I can't see it, where to go to do this? Or do you also need some kind of URL? Okay. Oh, it's actually on your, I'm not wearing a badge, but I'm told if you look at your badge, you should see a link to the Slido poll. Excellent. The other small housekeeping thing I want to share with you, this event is fully on the record. It is being live streamed. There are journalists, including myself, in the room. So anything you say, you can expect it to appear on the, don't say anything that you don't want to appear in the wide world, because this is very much a public event. And with that, I will hand over to Verena, who will talk you through the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Laura, and good morning, distinguished guests, good morning, colleagues, good morning, friends. It's a great, great pleasure to welcome you all here today to the ESMA conference. Today's discussion on shaping the future of EU capital markets is both, in my view, timely and urgent. We need to have a collective vision for our markets that are resilient in the face of challenges, markets that are inclusive in terms of opportunity and transformative in terms of impact. Capital markets are not simply mechanisms for transactions. They are the pulse of our society. As such, it is our collective responsibility to ensure they are equipped to meet the demands of our rapidly changing world. In opening today's conference, not only do I want to welcome you all here, but I also wish to highlight that collective responsibility that we have. We need a bold vision to confront the challenges before us. But before elaborating on that vision, let me just go slightly back and let us remind ourselves of the history of capital markets and their capacity to drive innovation, create opportunities, and connect people and business. The story of capital markets is a story of progress. Throughout history, though often through quite volatile and unpredictable ways, capital markets have mostly been a force that have propelled economies forward. Capital markets fueled the Industrial Revolution, connecting capital to innovation and ambition. They turned ingenuity into railways to unite countries, into factories that employed millions, and into technologies that have redefined our daily lives. They turned steam engines into engines of growth. Capital markets have also catalyzed societal changes at important moments in our history. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, they helped transition Central and Eastern Europe into market-based liberal economies. Stock exchanges were re-established, foreign direct investment began to flow, and investors injected capital to revitalize formerly state-owned companies. This paved the way for lasting economic integration into Europe and growth. These lessons from history illustrate the enduring and central role that European capital markets have played over time in shaping our modern world. From Amsterdam in the 17th century to the financial mechanisms that rebuilt Europe after the Second World War, they've been integral to our shared prosperity. History also shows us that capital markets have continuously evolved to serve the needs of their time. Much like at certain points in the past, we are currently facing such transformative challenges. As Mark Twain eloquently put it, history never repeats itself, but it often rhymes. And I think today's challenges certainly rhyme. With new technologies like artificial intelligence redefining the world that we live in, a new industrial revolution is currently unfolding. At the same time, the increasing disasters present a generational challenge and an urgency to act. The recent California wildfires or the flash floods in Spain show that this is not just an economic issue. It is an existential imperative. Transitioning to a green economy, financing climate change mitigation, and embracing the promise that the new technologies can bring us cannot be shouldered just by the public purse. Demographic shifts add to the pressure, particularly for given public pension systems that must sustain the aging European population. Furthermore, growing geopolitical uncertainty compounds all of these issues. As President von der Leyen observed, we've entered a new era of harsh geostrategic competition. Though the EU remains one of the most open economies and the largest trading bloc in the world, it is logical to reassess our strategic needs in these circumstances. Fundamentally, this means that as the EU, we must strengthen our industry and boost our global competitiveness. But that leads to the critical question that we are talking about today. So are our capital markets in a position to really support those goals? Are our capital markets not in reality still very fragmented and very complex? They lag behind other global peers in terms of size and depth. And we are faced with somewhat of a vicious circle here. If capital markets cannot efficiently finance innovation and growth, we will struggle to support ingenuity and entrepreneurialism. This will in turn limit the emergence of dynamic and competitive European companies. Without these attractive companies to invest in, private capital will remain latent, often sitting on not very rewarding bank accounts, or else it will be exported to opportunities elsewhere. As a result, our innovators, our companies will see their ideas go unrealized, or they will seek greener pastures outside of the EU. And thus, the vicious circle continues. This situation ultimately stifles EU competitiveness and curtails our economic dynamism. Breaking this cycle is absolutely key. We must transform the vicious cycle into a virtuous one where our capital markets can seamlessly feed innovation and where innovation can attract new capital, creating that self-reinforcing engine of growth and prosperity. One thing is clear, we need concerted action to make the European capital markets reach their full potential. We need a clear and ambitious vision, backed up by concrete actions. Let me be clear, the EU need not necessarily replicate exactly what other markets have done. Too often I hear EU capital markets compared directly with the US markets, that if we just copy exactly what is there, we will also achieve a similar outcome and reproduce the success. To their credit, in recent years, obviously, the US have done very well. Capital markets have flourished, also thanks to the technology boom. But I think Europe needs to define its own vision. grounded in our unique strength and values. Our first panel today will focus on these very issues under the theme of Savings and Investment Union. What should be the vision for EU capital markets? Our esteemed panelists will explore the needs of the European Union, how our capital markets must adapt to meet those needs, and what must be done to set us on that path. To get the discussion flowing, maybe just 2 seconds of thoughts from my side. 2 points. Firstly, EU capital markets are often characterized by their comprehensive regulatory and supervisory frameworks. These frameworks are not only the result of a collective desire for financial stability and investor protection, but also the natural consequence of bringing together 27 distinct markets under one umbrella. These frameworks, while sometimes perceived as burdensome, are also to some degree a strength. They offer clarity, stability, and a foundation for firms and investors to do business across the EU, wherever they are based. We should not forget that we need to strengthen the single market if we want to ensure that the EU remains an attractive destination for global capital and for global businesses. That said, there's definitely room for improvement. A more agile and modern regulatory framework is essential to enhance our competitiveness. Simplifying rules and reducing the report and administrative burdens is critical, as is supervising markets in a more consistent and efficient way. Stronger convergence efforts between national authorities can help deliver uniform outcomes, but in some cases, we should also seriously re-evaluate the existing supervisory model. For certain categories of firms or market segments that have a significant cross-border, pan-European dimension, elevating supervision to the EU level may be warranted and should certainly be seriously considered. Not only can this improve the consistency and uniformity of supervision, but it can also help reduce duplication and complexity. This view is not only put forward in ESMA's own position paper on EU capital markets, which was endorsed by all the EU national supervisors on the ESMA board, but it is also a common stance across many of the reports that have recently been published on this topic, including the reports from Mario Draghi and Enrico Letta, who we welcome here today as well. The second point is that greater integration is essential for the future of EU capital markets. Creating a truly pan-European market with sufficient scale and liquidity and with no cross-border barriers is fundamental. Simply put, a fully integrated market will provide businesses with better access to financing and investors with better opportunities. Integration, however, does not mean a single marketplace. It is about creating a unified system where capital can flow unimpeded, regardless of national borders, and to the benefit of all. Many of our different capital markets in the EU bring valuable strengths, whether through unique expertise or sectorial specialization, and we need to value that. This enriches our collective ecosystem. However, we should not turn this strength into a weakness by focusing exclusively on the development of 27 individual markets. We should ensure that any effort that is taken in member states supports the common goal of a strong single capital market in the EU. This brings me to the topic of our second panel of the day when discussing filling the funding gap for competitive European businesses. Our excellent panelists will explore how we can create a more attractive and sustainable financing environment for businesses' growth and renewal. As it stands, bank financing remains the preferred source of funding in the EU for corporates, as alternative financing options are often less developed and less accessible. EU public equity markets have struggled to maintain vibrancy, with IPOs often shifting abroad or companies deciding to remain in or even return to private ownership. So the key question is, are capital sources sufficiently diverse and sizable enough to support the growth potential of EU companies at crucial moments in their lifetime? And if not, how can we address that challenge? And I'm sure the panelists later will give us good answers. To begin with, however, the EU needs to attract sufficient new investment to scale up pools of capital. This is not only about attracting global institutional capital, which remains critical, but also empowering EU citizens to turn their savings into more productive investments. To instill a culture of trust, engagement among citizens, we must make capital markets more accessible, more straightforward, and more aligned with their financial aspirations and needs. Retail investor participation remains low across Europe, in part because the system often feels too complex, opaque, far removed from the average person and what they can grasp and deal with. Encouraging citizens to invest requires offering appropriately incentivized, simple, transparent, and easy to understand products that meet their needs. At the same time, we must make greater efforts to educate citizens on the long-term benefits of participating in capital markets, such as building financial security, funding education, or preparing for retirement. Our third panel, Shaping the Culture for Retail Investors, will explore how we can further foster that culture of empowering citizens to see capital markets as an avenue to build their financial security and their long-term prosperity. In addition to the stimulating panels today, I'm also excited to hear from our range of special speakers that Laura already mentioned, which will bring a unique perspective and hopefully enlighten us with their wisdom and thoughts. In addition, so we have, as part of that, the chair and CEO of NASDAQ, Adina Friedman. We have, I think, we're very honored to have the former Banque de France governor and author of the instrumental post-crisis report on future of European supervision, Jacques de la Rosière. We have the president of the European Investment Bank, Nadia Calvino. And finally, and by no means least, we have the European Commissioner for Financial Services and the Savings and Investment Union herself, Maria-Louise Albuquerque. Today's program is rich, and I'm sure our different speakers are brimming with ideas and inspiration. I will therefore quickly conclude and allow you all to enjoy the sessions to come. But let me leave you just with one final thought. Jean Monnet once said, "People only accept change when faced with necessity, and only recognize necessity when crisis is upon them." So I would argue necessity is upon us, and our choice is stark. Either we drift until a bigger crisis ultimately forces our hand, or we rise to the occasion and shape the future of EU capital markets on our own terms. And I would very much suggest we try to do the latter and shape it ourselves. Let us seize the moment to shape the future of EU capital markets, a future defined by resilience, inclusivity, and ambition. And let us turn that vision into concrete actions. And I'm really looking forward to hearing a lot of that today. Once again, thank you all for being here in person in Paris and all the people online as well to join with us together in this ESMA conference. And I look forward to inspiring discussions. Thank you very much. And back to Laura.
Thank you very much, Brina, and I'm delighted to welcome to the stage our first panel for the day. We have David Wright, who I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, know. He's the chairman of Eurofi. He's going to come up and take a seat here. Then, sorry, let me just 5 minutes. We have Wim Maij, who's the head of the European Banking Federation, who will also come and join me. We have Enrico Letta, who I'm sure needs no introduction, but he's the author of the Letta Report, among many other things. We have Marie-Anne Barba, whose name, I'm terribly sorry, I'm about to mispronounce your name. Marie-Anne Barba Leani, who we very much appreciate. She's a late notice substitution, and we very much appreciate her joining us. And then we also have Joran Drop, who's the Deputy State Secretary, Ministry of Finance in Poland, who will also join. He's going to attempt to jump the stage. All right, then. That works. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and yes, the mic. These all working? Everyone hear us? Great. Okay, so our first panel for today is about the outlook for savings and investment union. And the panelists will briefly introduce themselves as they start. I think we're going to start with you, Mr. Letta, at the very end, since you have written one of the reports which was mentioned earlier, which kind of kickstarted or helped to reignite the debate around capital markets union / savings and investment union. Now, it is an excellent report, but it's also nearly 150 pages. So if I were to ask you to whittle down the bits relating to capital markets union to maybe 2 or 3 minutes, which I know was something of a challenge, but what are the key hallmarks of capital markets union in your mind? And do you think much progress has been made in the direction outlined in your report in the 9 or 10 months since you launched the report?
First of all, thank you very much. For me, it's a really great pleasure to be here. I would have never thought 10 months after the report to be here discussing about the Savings and Investments Union. And I remember when one night we decided to put this term in the report, and I said to myself, it is impossible that this term can fly. But I was very happy because of your endorsement in the poll. So it can fly, but it depends on what we can do today. And thank you, Verena, for your presentation. I totally share your point and your leadership too. I think it's very important that ESMA can be leader in this discussion. And my answer is very simple. There are 2 pages in the report, pages 30 and 31, that are the 2 pages where I try to create the bridge with some proposals between the 2 terms, savings and investments. Because the Savings and Investments Union can fly and can be a success where Capital Markets Union was not, if we are able to create the link between savings and investments. The investments are today absolutely necessaries because of the public goods, the European public goods we have. These public goods, they need private and public money. Only public money, it doesn't work. It doesn't work for political reasons. Half of the countries, they don't agree. So we need to have a compromise. And I can tell you that this report, I wrote the report not with the idea to put what I think, where are my dreams on Europe, what is feasible. And in the report, everything I wrote is feasible without any treaty change. And on this point, I think the bridge and the different tools on how to create this bridge and how to give incentive for savers to put savings there and to create the bridge and to have the investments. But to do so, it is absolutely necessary to have the integration of the single market. I insist on that. We are so far from the integration of the single market. I don't want to be, but I want to allow you a sad smile with a personal experience that I had 2 weeks ago. Moving to Madrid University, I rent a small flat in Madrid, and I try to change the contract for the electricity in this small flat in Madrid. And I started negotiating with an operator, phone operator. Everything was very good with my poor Spanish. At the end of everything, the operator told me, okay, everything is good. Now, two final details before signing the contract. Tell me your bank account, number of your bank account, and tell me your telephone number. I gave him my bank account. I gave him my telephone number. And he told me, but in my instruction book, it doesn't work because your bank account starts with IT, and I need an ES. And your telephone number starts with plus 39. I need the plus 34. My first temptation was to say, can I send you my report on the future of this? I didn't do that because it was not, of course, his responsibility to. There was a booklet of instruction, and the same will be for an Italian operator or for a French operator, I'm sure. So just to give you one point, these instructions are there to protect the national banks and the national telecom operators. But in this protection, there's the virus of the entire European competitiveness. This is why what we are doing today, Verena, is a collective responsibility to move in that direction.
Thank you very much for that, and that's a very striking example, which as someone who's moved between countries definitely resonates with me. David, I'm going to bring you in here because you've been following this for, I don't want to say how many years, maybe you want to share how many years, but let's just go with quite some time. There's obviously a long way to go. Do you think it's clear enough how we're going to get there? Are the initial steps clear enough? Are the priorities clear enough?
Thank you very much, Laura, and thank you to ESMA and Verena for asking me to be on this very distinguished panel this morning. Let me be, if I may, very frank. I think we are, in my 25 years of following this with others in this room, at a really critical point. Absolutely critical. We are falling behind as a union, economically, financially, globally. We are simply not building the capacity to finance our companies, our investors, retail investors. The job has not been done. Bits have been done, but no more. And for me, one of the reasons for this is partly because the member states have different conceptions, but here the role of the Commission is crucial to bring the member states together, pilot the proposals through co-decision. But in my view, one of the big problems has been the lack of political support at the highest levels of the Union. Now, you said, Laura, in your introduction, you felt a manifest sense of excitement in Brussels. Really?
I mean, excitement by Brussels
Really?
standards.
Well,
you know.
we're about to come to two crucial tests, in my view. And I think the ball, by the way, is squarely in the hands of the European Commission. The first test is, will these proposals, these concepts, be right at the heart of the priorities of the Commission's work programme? So we've got to wait for 10 days or 2 weeks for that. After that, and I'm sure we'll hear from Commissioner Albuquerque later on, there will be a proposal on the Savings and Investment Union. What's going to be in it? And in my view, the situation is so critical and so urgent, the way forward has to be some form of trilateral institutional agreement from the Commission, from the member states of the European Union, and from the European Parliament on a package of work to take this forward. And I say this because, in my view, people have different views, but in my view, this is right at the heart of an efficient European Union economy. In fact, it is the most important, bar none. And I'm leaving out security and defence here. Bar none. This is the key set of issues. Can we agree to move forward? And can we agree to move forward in an exciting time frame where things happen? And what do I mean by that? I mean that if we can't move forward in 2027, let's move forward with reinforced cooperation. If we can't move forward together, let's use the 28th regime. But let's move forward. Let's create the excitement in Europe that things are happening. And we have to monitor the timetable agreed by the institutions and rigorously enforce it all the time through the various institutional agreements. And we can argue, and we'll talk about what should be in that package. Let's not call it an action plan, but we can argue about what should be in the package. But what we have to do is to change the expectations of the market. We have to change the expectations of consumers and businesses. We have to create a Europe that is on the move.
Okay.
We don't have it.
Thank you very much. Joran, I'm going to come to you next because Poland has the presidency at the moment. Poland is going to try to make some of this stuff happen. How optimistic are you feeling? Can you get Europe on the move for David?
Well, actually, I'm, as person, very optimistic, and I would like to react to what Enrico has said. Actually, with mobile phones, it's not as bad as you described. After we've made actually the rules in Europe for roaming regulation, I've worked for 5 years in the Polish permit. We had, several steps of the roaming. Actually, it's quite easy now to live in another country, and I have many friends living around Europe still using the Polish telephone numbers. So it was rather a problem of formula. And I also think that in finance, in banking, as you mentioned, it's also not as, I would say, I think the integration here is quite advanced. And we shouldn't forget. You are an optimist. And we shouldn't forget that we have achieved really a lot through regulation as well. And for instance, as you asked about the Polish presidency, we are looking forward to update on payment directive, PSD 3. It's one of the things we will be doing. But starting from or coming back to your main question, Poland sees a great potential in the relaunch of the CMU, as it's now called CIU. And indeed, it's what David said. It's another take on the problems we have experienced in the past. We've seen the issues both at political level, but also, the practical ones, the practical obstacles. But we are really looking forward to proposals from the Commission. We are, as presidency, we are supporting the Commission and creation the new plans. We see the changes in the capital markets as urgent, and the competition of the internal market, as Vedena mentioned. This is the main product of economic integration in Europe. Capital markets, the free movement of capital is one of the four freedoms, and this is to be completed. Well, it's a road, but we await a major step in the new legislative period. And we are looking forward to a set of game-changing ideas to create, and concerning this conference, to concern a culture of equity culture in Europe. It's something very important actually for my minister, who by trade is a trader and manager of the investment funds, and he's always thinking and he's promoting the culture, equity culture. So we are looking forward. We will, as presidency, we will support. We will do our job. For me, these are the normal dealings of the European institutions. For instance, I had a trilogue with the Parliament yesterday. We are working a lot in the working parties, and as presidency, we will do our job as honest broker during our presidency.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Marianne, I'm going to come to you next. So you look at it from the international perspective, from the IMF's perspective. How critical is Capital Markets Union? Is it as important as we're hearing here, like David Enrico was saying, this is really it in terms of Europe's prosperity, or are we overthinking it because we are in this room, we are the people who care about this?
Thank you very much. Well, of course it's important. It's not only important, it's crucial. And by the way, I will not repeat what David has just said. It's a key and I would say a survival point for Europe. I was not supposed to speak today. I was about to listen quietly.
We are very grateful.
I'm not representing the European Parliament. Aurore Laluc was supposed to be there. And so I will not say what she would have said. So again, a market regulator point of view. As Verena has said in her introductory speech, market regulators have, under her guidance, worked on the subject and made some proposals like last spring, and I think they could still be used and are still very current. So the vision on SIU, what should it be? I will use two words. It should be ambitious and it should be ruthless. It should be ambitious because we are now more or less on our own in Europe. And I think David mentioned security and defense as other objectives, but obviously there will be no such thing as security and defense if we don't have money to finance it, as is the case for the digital transition or sustainable finance, which is still an objective for the European Union. We need to change methods, but we don't need to forget the objectives, because last word about SIU, how it should be and what the vision should be, it should be a European vision of markets. Verena said that very clearly. We will not imitate anybody because it just won't work. We can take inspiration from things that happened elsewhere, obviously, but we have to do it our way. And why we need that, while I was on my way and trying to figure out what I was about to say, I had 10 minutes to figure this out. I passed by a small sign on the street which is called Europe Snacks, okay? So I think we need more than a snack in Europe. We need a full meal with cheese, wine, Belgian chocolates in the end, dear Jean-Paul, and maybe Italian coffee also, because we don't want to, we need to stop this downward spiral where our economies are getting down and further down. So that being said, why did I say we need to be ruthless? Because obviously we need to change methods. David has been in this business for many, many years. He was at the initiative of the initial Capital Market Union program, if I'm not mistaken. Some successes have happened. It was said also we don't have to just say it's a complete failure and no progress has been made. It's not true. Lots of progress were made, but still we need to progress, and more rapidly, and probably with a stronger method, and that's why I mentioned Ruthless. Then three things that obviously I will not go through the 20 proposals of the ESMA report, so let me pick three. Securitization, it's key, it's of the essence. Market regulators, for the first time, I think, in ESMA's report, have endorsed this objective. And the reason why they did that is it's not only a question for banks and their balance sheet, it's a way to develop markets. So there we need to be ruthless, because we must stop to fight yesterday's battle, which is to cure the great financial crisis. By the way, the securitization that was involved in the great financial crisis was not European securitization, so we'll do it our way, but we need to do it. The second point is investors, because only investors in the end will decide where they will put their savings. Savings, by the way, has become a key resource in the world nowadays. As far as I can see, a lot of jurisdictions, and not only Europe, need savings. We have it. It's up to us to make more of it come to Europe and finance our economy and corporates. But in order to do that, we have to find right ways to address investors with products and conditions and fees and advice that are accurate. This was in the retail investment project. We will see what will come out of it, but still we need to take care of investors if we want them to finance long-term and development of our economies. Last point, the elephant in the room, breaking some china, being ruthless, supervision. Obviously, supervision is not going to create markets, but the way supervision is organized can seriously harm markets or make it more difficult to have more powerful markets, deeper and more liquid. Obviously, in the EU, there will never be one financial market, but there are things we can do to develop all our markets and make sure that they are working seamlessly. First of all, we need to transfer some supervision, if not all supervision. This is a real political decision, so I will not go into that. But market regulators agree to relinquish some and many of their powers and transfer it to ESMA. We all signed for this. So the key and priorities in that field are large market infrastructures, crypto platforms, global crypto platforms. It's absolutely stupid to have each national supervisor developing new competencies while ESMA could coordinate that very well and have direct powers. And of course, we also need to introduce group approach or consolidated supervision for large asset managers and market infrastructures in order for them to work better and in order for us supervisors to be more efficient and ensure financial stability. Last but not least, we all speak about simplification, and it's clear to me after 2.5 years in my position that if we don't progress on European supervision, we will not achieve anything valuable in terms of simplification. Because the reason why at this stage we have such lengthy, prescriptive, complicated rules is that we don't know how they are implemented in each national country, individual country. And I have my own share as a national supervisor. I have my own share of guilt about that. So if we don't give more powers to ESMA, it will always be necessary in order to prevent damages to national markets and national retail investors especially, and we see a lot of that, damages that in some cases come from misuse of the passport. We are doing a lot in terms of supervisory convergence, and ESMA has some tool, but it's not sufficient. So if we want to have principle-based rule, I've heard this word, it's like a mantra, principle-based. Everybody wants principle-based, but nobody does it. And the reason why we don't do it is that we don't fully trust that the implementation in each individual country will be the same and will not create problems of functioning within the market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for those very comprehensive responses, especially delivered on the cuff. Wim, I'm going to come to you. You represent the European Banking Federation. I know we've discussed this many times, and I know you're keen for an outcomes-focused approach. Having listened to all of this, do you feel more confident that there is an outcome-focused approach now? And sorry, I should have said earlier about the phones. If we could please put our phones on silent, that would be awesome. Wim.
Well, if I listen to this panel, I would say here you have the market ruthless people. If you put these in charge, then the problems are solved tomorrow. So that is to start with. But going back to the poll, I studied the poll a little bit, and I'm an optimist. So I voted optimist. And I was with 30% other people. What I found very worrying, if you talk about you say the momentum is there now to move forward, is that you had the choice of, I'm curious to know more. Sorry, and that worried me a little bit, because if you look around the room, these are all financial services professionals. If they voted, I'm curious to know more, that's something I would vote if they ask me what I think about the latest TikTok trend, but not about the Capital Markets Union or the Savings and Investment Union. So the mentality is important. But let's go back, because indeed sometimes the question is if banks are really supporting the Savings and Investment Union moving forward quickly. Now, if you go to the first step there of the macroeconomics, indeed, if you look at the challenges of Europe, that we need 800 billion in the next years of investment, it is so clear in the changed geopolitical circumstances that we need to fend for ourselves, and that public money will not do it. Banks will not be able to deliver that credit. So if you ever need a sense of urgency to create and be more efficient in a savings and investment union, it is now. And then many things have gone forward. So you see things moving, but you see things moving forward slowly. And this already started with the Financial Services Action Plan, where steps forward were made, but the moment we hit the details, we run into trouble. The same with the Capital Markets Union. But now, indeed, let's not hope that, as Verena says, we need a severe crisis to move forward, but the case is so clearly on the table. If we move on securitization, and there are two parts on that, and I think that the political mentality has changed, but as a tool that is important, but also, and now I go to the detail for a short moment, I'm part with the ECB and the banks of a project to have a shorter approval of plain vanilla securitizations. And it is that will work already, and it's these kind of small steps that will work. So the combination of having really a bold commission, if you look at the political structure, a bold commission that leads the way forward, but also constantly pushes the sense of urgency along the institutions, that is supported by an industry that is not curious to know more, but that is optimistic to push forward. And we adapt to the right levels. Indeed, it's better harmonization of supervision. It is really move forward on instruments like securitization. And then the third aspect, and that is why the Savings and Investment Union is so important, is to really get the citizens on board that we are talking about their investment, that there is more, that there's a better return if they invest. Because part of that is because of the many collective pensions, people do not feel, there's no equity culture, people do not feel that they need to invest, they just save. So that is one part that we can move forward, and for that we need indeed the ability to create simple, transparent products. And if I go into my bank and I have a green investment portfolio, after the 450 forms that they let me fill out, they happily afford me a product. So maybe we can do something there as well. So in this first round, I would say the momentum is there, the urgency is there, but in the detail, there is still so much obstacle. So now let's go through it.
Okay, thank you so much. So we do have another poll for the audience. First, I was hoping, could we get the results of the last poll on the screen, please? The one that Vim was just talking about, to see how many of you are still curious. Is that possible? Here we go, loading. Okay, this may be possible. Okay, so I'm going to turn around so I can read it. So most of the biggest response is I am still curious to know more, okay, followed by I am optimistic, followed by I am not convinced. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this poll again at the end of the day, see if we have more optimists, see if more people have in fact learned some more, and I'm hoping that is going to be an outcome of the day. The next poll is going to hopefully appear around about now, and it's going to ask you if you think that the priorities for CMU/SIU are sufficiently clear. It's a binary yes or no. We'll only do this poll once. I'm just curious to see what the temperature is there. So if you'd like to go and vote, we can see that. I should also say we will take audience questions throughout the session. So if you have a question, please do raise your hand and we will try to get to you. Oh, okay. No seems to be the overwhelming result here. What is it? 69% no, 31% yes. So I think.
And these are the involved professionals.
Yes. So out there, it's going to be like 1 to 10, I'd say. So this is where we're at, and I think it's good to sense check, and this is our starting point. Now, we're going to have a more detailed conversation on some of the topics as time allows. I'm going to start with the securitizations piece, just because we focus on a lot in the media. It is where we hear a lot of hopes. I know France is obviously very involved in trying to develop the market. Do you think we are getting closer?
Well, first of all, let me react on the priorities. Obviously, after the commissioner has spoken, we will have a better outcome of the poll, because obviously at this stage, this is everything is in the hands of the Commission, and I'm completely confident that they will deliver. I also was in Brussels last week, and I came back very optimist, as you were, because I saw a lot of hope and dynamism, and I think the Commission is ready to provide the type of strong basis and that is needed to progress. So on securitization, it's more a banking subject at this stage and a banking regulator subject, so I'll not speak for my colleagues. But what we as market regulators identified is that it is obviously the type of products that can be game changers to develop larger markets in the EU. I mentioned that we don't have to always to look on our neighbor's shoulder to take inspiration, and we will not, the European Savings and Investment Union will not be the US capital markets for several reasons, including history. But that being said, one of the most important outcome of what we saw in the US is that securitization, if it's properly designed and regulated, can be a game changer in developing markets. And one of the major differences between developments of the US markets and the European markets after the great financial crisis is that in the US, securitization picked up rapidly again after the great financial crisis. In Europe, probably we were a little bit more cautious. There are also some debates that are more political. Do we need some form of public guarantee in order to help it develop? And I'm clearly not in a position to say what needs to be done. It's for the taxpayer eventually and those representing him or her to decide. But it's fair to say that it's probably something that is within reach. We know what has to be changed and done in order to relaunch this market. And we know that this market can be a game changer for better functioning European markets.
Thank you so much. Enrico, I'm going to bring you in here. Do you agree that securitization can be a game changer, or do you think we're maybe putting too much hopes on securitization and it's only one part of a much bigger picture?
No, I put it in my report. It was in Draghi's report. I think it is part of the solution of the problem, and the fact that in the last 10 years we didn't, 12 years, 13 years, we didn't open this dossier is part of the problem, because the US, they opened this dossier and they were successful in that, and we are still in this very conservative, cautious approach to the financial markets. And this is part because of the, I would say, the uncertainty about the second pole, because in reality, we didn't elaborate until now, in the last 10, 15 years, and even today, what is the big mission of this project? And there are many problems. First, because we are still in the mood of considering that is almost the devil. And being almost the devil, politicians, they try to refrain from touching this, only experts. And at the end of the day, because I think today we have to unleash the potential of the name, nomina sunt consequentia rerum, Dante. And I think it is really very meaningful in that case. Savings and investments union. If you ask me the priorities, which are the priorities? In my view, first, giving, as Marianne just said, a better return to investments and to savers, to European savers. So European citizens, all European citizens, they have to feel that there's a third way And this third way can be successful for them, not leaving their savings in the bank account, sleeping there, not trying complicated journeys, transatlantic journeys with their own savings, but having something in Europe with good return, well organized. First. Second, creating this bridge between these savings and the investments that are absolutely necessary for the common goods and the public goods we have. I think there are some evolution in our general discussion at the European level, and I'm really optimistic on that because the European fiscal capacity some months ago was really something chimera. Today is a little bit less, but we can be good only if we have this private pillar money. And so the link has to be very clear, and the link, the political link, if I may say. If we start saying, not only here, but in public audiences with citizens, voters, SMEs, that the only way to be successful in the green and digital transition is to create the Savings and Investments Union. And if we are well in convincing that there's a link between the two, because without the Savings and Investments Union, there's no way to finance the transition. The transition is too costly if we don't want to have only public money. So if we are able to create this link politically, of course, it depends on the big leaders, those who are the capacity to be, I would say, listened everywhere. And the third one, savings, investments, unity. Unity means dimension of the actors. This project is the precondition to have, sorry to use, I would say, easy term, but just to answer your question in 30 seconds, to have the Airbus of the asset management, l'Airbus in the investment banking, l'Airbus of... If we don't have the system, the unified system, the union savings and investments, it is still a national game. And if it is still a national game, it is not at the level of the US, the Chinese, and the others. So the only possibility is to play this game at the European level. Until now, it was impossible because of these rules. I think some of the big protagonists are working, struggling. I see here Stéphane Boujna, and Euronext is a good example of that. But for the rest, the system is still national. And if the system is still national, we are lost. So the third big priority is this one. So savings, investments for the big needs that we have today, and the national level is not enough for these needs. And third, the Airbus of these different métiers. If we are not able to do so at European level, it will be impossible to have it at national level. And by the way, I was obliged to change my number, to add a telephone number, a Spanish telephone number, and to open a Spanish bank account. Maybe really? It was my fault, but it was the only way to get electricity.
All right, thank you so much, David. I know you're keen to come in. I'm going to come to you in 1 second. Joran, I want to ask you briefly first. Enrico talked there about the need to not have national systems and to have something more harmonised. But there's also a cultural bias. There's very different investor approaches throughout Europe. So how do you see that playing out? The fact that the risk appetite, what people are comfortable with in one part of Europe, what they're used to, is not the same.
Yeah, we are taking into account these different cultures, different attitudes among people, and our answer is rather to go for simplification of the rules. So for allowing the local markets, for allowing various markets to thrive, and to bring down the barriers which prevent people from, for instance, investing. So you've actually mentioned that you have to fill in a lot of papers, or perhaps now online, but it requires a lot of skills and a lot of time to invest. And this simplification of the rules has to be taken seriously and, well, with a plan, with tackling different legislative acts, but also different structures. And then the simplification is important for local markets, because these are, actually the greatest costs of implementing pan-European rules are born somewhere, in different corners of Europe. Because the solutions proposed by the Commission are usually based on those already enforced in global markets, while and these rules the local markets have to implement, have to adjust. So these are the smaller players who have the compliance costs, and so the simplification is something the way forward. And actually, it's we are very happy that it has been spotted at the European level, and we are looking forward to the omnibuses of this world. Okay. And this is the way I think about the priorities in this area.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, David, I know you were dying to come in on something Enrico said, so what were you dying to come in on? Or you certainly looked as if you were. Anyway, maybe I caught your eye wrong.
No, I was going to say that we have these really outstanding reports from Enrico and Mario Draghi. We have endless declarations now, far more. If you look at the President of the European Commission's speech in Davos, if you look at her joint statement the other day with Christine Lagarde, the President of the European Central Bank, we have the beginnings of some serious support. But I think there's one aspect that's missing, and that aspect is that I don't think we've made the economic case, the macroeconomic case, strongly enough. If I was a minister from a smaller member state and I was told that we have to do X, Y, and Z by a certain date, I'd say, fine, but what's in it for me? Yep. What are my medium-term growth prospects? What does it mean for employment? And so one of the things I think that should happen immediately is that the Commission should task its excellent economists in DG ECFIN to produce a medium-term growth forecast for every single member state, one by one, with a defined scenario of what it means. And I think that would reinforce the arguments, because there will be people and will be member states who will push back. And I think the way to push back against that is to say, look, this is what it means for you. Positive 5% growth over the medium-term supplement. And then I come back to my other point, which is, okay, you don't agree? We can't afford to wait anymore. Reinforce cooperation under the treaty or the 28th regime or whatever. We're moving forward. And by doing that, the recalcitrants actually in the end will come round. If there is a sufficient drive to move forward, nobody will want to be left out for very long. And there the presidency, of course, and we wish Duranda every success, is crucial here to support, hopefully, a really dynamic set of proposals from the Commission. I think the ball is with the Commission now. We've got a lot of political uncertainties, including in this country, Marianne and German elections and so forth. The ball is with the Commission to be bold. But it needs extra ammunition to support its proposals. And so my point is, including on securitization and all the other points, we need to make the economic case strong.
Okay, thank you so much. Vim, I'm going to come to you because I'm conscious I've been leaving you out a little bit recently. In terms of what you're hearing there, I mean, do you think that it is likely that we will have such an approach that we'll be able to convince member states that there is in fact something in it for everyone, and then we'll see progress?
What is very important is indeed the macroeconomic analysis, that is, because the what's in it for me is an important one. But I also remember that a quote by Enrico Letta that changed my view on the single market. I've been, since I was a student, I've believed in the single market. And Enrico said, well, member states have actually misunderstood the single market. When the single market was announced, they thought, hey, this is a great place to sell my national product to other countries. So we don't have a single market. And this is where the key is. So, and this is where the what's in it for me is. As long as we keep the mentality that is hidden under the good reports, that progress is basically for our national country to sell more of our products to small countries, you will get resistance in other member states who will ask them, really set themselves, what's in it for me? How can I grow my economy? How can I grow my capital market that's underdeveloped? So that's the first thing. So we need to really think differently, and there indeed I agree with David that the role of the Commission and the Presidency is essential in leading the way. And the second one on the simplification is we need to dig down in the details, because so many is, I always thought that's by good intentions, so many of the European legislation is really has all the good intentions there, but the moment you drill down, you come in the national interest and also actually the interest of some of private sector. And if we don't drill down and if we are not frank about those, we will not make progress.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you, Marianne, there. As one of the larger countries, and I know you are not speaking for the French government in this, but how do you see the benefits of capital markets union being shared between the larger and the smaller companies or countries? And what if we did David's analysis and we found out that the larger countries were getting a 10% uplift in GDP and the smaller a 2%?
Well, I'm not an economist, so I hope the great economists of the Commission will produce the answer to that question. Maybe the OECD, I see Carmine here, so maybe the OECD can also help us with that. And I fully share the view that we have to make sure that benefits are clear. And benefits for everybody, because obviously, and that's why I was saying, by the way, if we want to succeed in this project, and we need to succeed in this project, we have to do it our way, not any other people's way, because Europe is not one country, EU is not one country, it's several countries. All countries want to have their share of the pie, and that's fair. So how do we achieve that? Well, first of all, by stopping to be stupid, because at this stage, a lot of European savings is financing outside of the EU. So, by the way, in the current international conversation, I think it's something we really need to take into account more seriously. Do we still want to export savings without any export tax, I would say, but I do not wish to tax savings, but is it really something that we want to keep on working as if nothing was happening in other conversations? That's a real question for politicians, not for myself. But at this stage, it was diagnosed way before the change in the relationship with other large jurisdictions. Europeans are savers. They might not be investors enough, but their savings is to a large extent financing something else than EU development. And obviously it will always be the case. We will not just close the borders of the EU, and we also need foreign investments to come in. But why can't we just be a little bit selfish and Euro-centered and decide that savings can be better channeled into the financing of our economies? I think it's completely possible. We have to simplify the investor's journey. It's first to say that the road to hell has been paved with good intentions on that subject, and leading people to prefer investing in cryptos that have absolutely no impact on financing of the real economy or of the
But they make
transition.
people rich temporarily, at least.
Yes, they may make people rich temporarily, and that's fair, and I don't criticize that point, but they are not directed to financing any corporation or anything in the real economy. One of the reasons why they are so popular, and they are indeed very popular, you have more French citizens holding cryptos than listed shares currently. This is a study that the OECD has conducted for
that is quite disturbing when you put it like that.
That is disturbing, and one of the reasons is that it's much easier to buy cryptos than to buy financial products in a traditional financial venue. One of the reasons it is more difficult is that we have tried to protect investors by putting more and more regulatory burden on their investor journey. We have to look at that, but one of the reasons why it is that way is also because of the lack of convergence in supervisory practices, lack of European direct supervision, and I mentioned that already. One last word. One of the key pools of savings that is underexploited in terms of investment is women's savings. There is a wide discrepancy between the way women are investing, or, to be blunt, not investing, and the way men are investing. Maybe it's linked to the fact that maybe the financial industry is a little bit
full of men,
too manly, and they don't care or they don't see it. But this is something also that we have documented in our studies. So there is a whole pool of savings, and as far as I know, sorry gentlemen, but women live longer than you do, so we need more money to finance our retirement period. So sorry about that, but so it's another stupid thing because we don't look enough at where investors, where we could channel more savings into investment. That is just one idea, but probably if some financial entities are present here, and I saw a lot of people, I think they might think about it also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that excellent point. We are now into the final 10 minutes.
Very quickly to react, because Marianne is absolutely correct on the untapped potential of women investors. But I'd like to point out, indeed, the groundbreaking studies of Anna Maria Lusardi on the choices that women make and how they grow up and how they make an investment decision. So there is some scientific work done, basically on getting more investors to the capital market, which we can follow up on. And then indeed also Jean-Paul, who's one of the people is one of the pioneers of investor education and financial education, can maybe also help there.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be hearing from Jean-Paul later. My final question to the panelists, as we are into the final 10 minutes, and I know you guys might be looking forward to your coffee break. I'm going to work right along the line just to forewarn you of where you'll come. So Enrico, you're first. There's so much in Capital Markets Union. If there was one thing which you could look at and say, okay, when we have done this, we will have done Capital Markets Union, what would that be for you? And I will limit it to one thing, and we have 1 minute each to speak, so you're all getting the same question.
I have to say it's very easy for the place where we are. If we are able to solve the impossible until now equation of the supervisory authority, I think we are almost at the end of the process. Why I say that? For the very simple reason that we know very well that we are discussing about subjects, about missions, but there's a political topic among the 27. And this political topic is about which is the European city that after Brexit can be the post-London financial capital of Europe. And if we are not discussing about this point, not in terms of discussing which is the capital, the financial capital, but saying what I think we have to say, there's no one financial capital of Europe. Because all the discussion is about that. And if we are not able to solve this problem, the virus of the discussion on the headquarters of the European authority will, I would say, in my view, will kill the entire project. So we have to be creative in discussing on how to have, I would say, a I don't know how to say it, but we have to be creative in finding the solution on that. knowing that the 27, they have to stay. We don't want to kill the 27.
We don't want to
As
lose
the
anybody
central
else.
banks, we have 20 national central banks. We in a peaceful coexistence with Frankfurt. So we have to be creative on that. I want to be very clear. This is the elephant in the room. For the political debate, not here. Here, I think nobody cares about that. The political debate is on that. And if we are not aware of this point, we will miss again the big mission, the big objective. So if we are good in finding an intelligent solution on this point, it will be the first point of David's roadmap, and I'm sure this approach that David mentioned will be successful.
Thank you so much. Jurand, I'm going to give you a choice. You can either come in on that point or you can give me your own vision of what success looks like, but either has to be in under 60 seconds. So pick your poison.
Okay, so actually I already voiced the idea. The idea is, and the goal should be, to scrap unnecessary regulation, because the regulation accrue over time, and we are in the process, legislative processes, we were trying to mitigate the risks. But at some point, you are mitigating the risks which exist or could exist, and then you overburden the whole system to the extent that actually people are using alternative ways of investing. And you mentioned that some people made money on crypto, but also some lost. And these are, there are risks which we expose our citizens to. So we need to care about them also, and not to over-regulate. And at this moment, we believe that it should be less regulation. So we should scrap regulation than to add new one.
Okay, thank you so much. Wim, what does success look like to you?
Well, it starts with what David says, but there's a lot of elephants in this room, a whole herd, because it's important that the Commission takes the lead and is bold, but then I also mean the Commission presidency. The President herself should put herself fully behind going forward on this. This is step one. Step two is I really hope that in 5 years I don't have to mention every second sentence the word securitization, because the tool is functioning, effective and done. Then indeed, I would say many of the aspects of the Letta report are important, but indeed we may want to look seriously at the 28th regime. We've tried before, but indeed if that is a way to speed up, we could do. Then indeed, I think there's a lot to do on harmonization of supervision, another elephant in the room. And finally, I've been involved sideways, and I'm thanking the leadership of Verena on things like post-trade, T+1. If you look at it, it seems like a technical solution. If you drill deeper, there are interests and there's politics behind, and I hope that we are able to jump over our own shadows and really deliver.
Okay, thank you so much. David, you have 60 seconds for your final word on it.
Well, I'm going to sound like a parrot, but I think the most important thing is a set of really bold proposals from the Commission. I think the ball is with the Commission now. It's very clear. They have to be bold, strike forward, and seek a political agreement at the highest level with the European Parliament and the Member States, and through the European Council at the highest levels, with a timetable and with monitoring. And if I may cheat and just add one other point, I think expectations would start to change in the European Union if we started to see some cross-border mergers, such as in the infrastructure world,
Or in the banking
settlement
world.
clearing, such as a pan-European exchange for small companies in the technology and sustainable development company world, things like that. Things that can excite, things that can change, and things that will attract international investors and say, my goodness me, Europe's on the move.
Thank you so much. Marianne, I'm going to come to you. If there's one thought that you would like the audience to take with them to their coffee break, what would that be?
Well, coffee is highly expected, I guess. But, well, I said what I think in my views, it's difficult to pick just one priority. Obviously, the organization of supervision, which is something I'm more or less knowledgeable about now, is certainly a key, and Rico mentioned it. I would say politicians should somehow take it easy. It's not because the banking supervisor is in Frankfurt that the European banking system is fully and only in Germany. So obviously, and I mentioned that by saying that markets are, the SIU, we have to do it our way. Obviously, it's never going to be one market in one country or one financial infrastructure in one country. We are building upon strong traditions. There are a lot of successes in markets. For example, in the Nordic countries, they have been very successful. I'm admiring that very strongly. They have been very successful in developing capital markets. So there is no reason why this project should end up killing initiatives in individual countries. On the contrary, it should give more opportunities to have a wider market, a well-functioning market for national players, and there is room for everybody, because then again, what we need is not to share the same pie among the same people, is just to have an extra pie. And this is really something that creates opportunity for everybody, including investors. I mentioned that the key success indicator of that project will be our collective ability to convince the European investor that there are better opportunities in the EU and that they will be well treated and that they better put their savings in European products. It is possible. We have the savings in Europe. We can use it if we are intelligent enough to make sure that the products, the way they are distributed, are fair, transparent, in the interest of investors, and then it might work.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, before I release you all for coffee, and apologies to those of you online, I got so carried away with our discussion in the room, I missed the questions on the online forum, so I'm terribly sorry about that. I promise we will do better with your online questions after the coffee break. I'll see you all back here at 11:30. Thank you so much. Hello, if you could all take your seats, that would be great, and encourage your colleagues to come in from the halls, come down from the stairs, because we are running a few minutes behind schedule. Okay, we're getting there. We'll just give it another few minutes for everyone to settle, and then we'll kick off for the next session. Okay, I think we're just about ready to start our next session. It's always heartening to see so many people come back after the first coffee break, because that's your first opportunity to escape, so thank you for that. We're going to close the doors to the hall in a second. We're just waiting on the final few people who are just coming through now. And I can see some more making their way down the stairs, so we'll probably give them the benefit of the doubt, and then we'll get the afternoon underway. Some housekeeping for the afternoon. I should have said we actually can't take questions from the floor because we haven't got a microphone for that. So if you do have a question, please put it into the chat, which you can find, and we promise we will take them out of the chat this time. So we are now back in a session. Okay, I think we have enough people here. So I'm delighted to introduce our first session after the coffee break. If we could all maybe take our seats or ideally stop talking, that would be awesome, so that we can hear what our excellent panelists have to say. So our first session is the Executive Director of ESMA, Natasha Kazanov, who I'm sure you all know, and she is going to host a fireside chat, minus the fire, with the Chair and Chief Executive of the NASDAQ Exchange, Adina Freeman. So I'll give the stage to Natasha and Adina. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Laura, and welcome again to everyone to ESMA's conference. We're really delighted to be here, and so we have the great privilege of having Adina Friedman with us, who is the chair and CEO of NASDAQ, as it was just said, and so she has, I've been told by her team, 20 years experience in leadership and transforming NASDAQ into this leading global exchange and technology provider to financial services, but she's told me that she has 32 years experience in the company, so really we have this great privilege of having someone who has deep knowledge of how these leading firms function and how they can help strive in capital markets. So before that role, she also had previous roles as president and COO, where I understand you also drove the transformation and the efficiency and driving the also internal culture of the organization. So really a lot of knowledge that you're bringing to us today. And we're going to try and pick your brain to see what you can give us in terms of insights and wisdom, so that we can have some food for thought as Europe is trying to get back on this journey to have an effective savings and investment union in Europe. So we have 20 minutes altogether, and I would like just to start maybe by saying, so global exchanges, they are a really sort of the very core of our financial system, and so NASDAQ, one of those key players. So can you explain to us what is the key to your success so far, and how do you position yourself in the market?
And I like the word "so far." It's a journey, and it's a constant journey. But you know, NASDAQ, as you mentioned, I did start at NASDAQ actually as an intern 32 years ago. So I've seen the evolution of NASDAQ as an exchange, and then of course the growth and expansion of NASDAQ as both an exchange operator and a technology company. One of the biggest moments in our history actually was the merger with OMX, which are the exchange operators across the Nordic countries, which happened in 2008. And that really helped globalize our business, and it helped us gain a global perspective. It allowed us to have a cultural infusion of Europe and the United States. And then also with OMX, they had already established a market technology business where they were providing market infrastructure technology to exchanges around the world. So we actually leveraged that kind of beachhead in terms of being a technology provider to the capital markets, and we've expanded that quite dramatically. We've focused on 3 key pillars within NASDAQ, which are all core to a successful market operator. One is liquidity. You know, how do we expand and enhance and optimize the liquidity of the global financial system? How do we also, then transparency is the second. How do we drive transparency across the financial system, across markets, and allow corporates and investors to find each other more effectively and communicate and make better asset allocation decisions? And then the third is integrity. How do we make it so that the whole system operates with more integrity in terms of market surveillance, trade surveillance, anti-financial crime, regulatory reporting? How do we make sure that we provide a complete suite of solutions that really foster the integrity of the financial system? So we've grown and expanded across those three key pillars. And today, we provide technology to 130 market infrastructure providers around the world, as well as, obviously, the same market technology that we use to power our own markets in the US and Europe. That gives us a global perspective of how, I would say, interrelated the capital markets are, how global capital flows are, how consistency across market operators drives more liquidity into the markets. And then now with the Calypso solution that we also have as part of our portfolio, how do we manage risk more effectively? If you can manage risk more effectively, you can unlock more capital into the capital markets. So we really focus on that as well. So it's that. Those three key pillars are really what has created NASDAQ today and allowed us to operate in a very global way.
Thank you very much for setting the scene like that. So we were discussing earlier, so how can we sort of project ourselves to the future? So what is the future of the Savings and Investment Union? What is the future of European capital markets? And one element that comes out very strongly, notably in the different reports that came out, notably in the Draghi report, is the importance of being able to embrace innovation and fund innovation. In that report, Mario Draghi says that between 2008 and 2021, 30% of unicorns, so those startups that turned out to be valued more than €1 billion, actually decided to relocate outside of the EU, and mostly into the United States. So what is it that drives a decision from a company to decide to list and where, and how can us in the EU, how can we be more attractive to those companies?
Well, I think innovation is certainly the key to the future of the economy, and it's something that we actually carry within our spirit. We were a disruptor in the exchange space back in 1971, creating the first electronic market. OMX was a disruptor in the derivatives markets in the same way. And so looking at innovation and constant innovation is critical to allowing the capital markets to function in a modern society. And then if you look at being the home to innovators, I think it's really important to understand that it starts with what is the social contract, I would say, that exists within a country that allows for innovation to thrive. So you have a great educational system, you have great rule of law, you have a startup ecosystem that allows small companies to be funded through multiple means, whether that's angel investors and VC investors, banks, and other organizations. And then you also then create an opportunity for them to grow and expand in a global way. So you give them rules and laws that allow them to operate and drive their technology forward very quickly, but with some guardrails. And I would say the US and Europe, in many respects, are very similar. In terms of having an amazing educational system, having great rule of law, and allowing for multiple means to fund startups. But I also really point to Sweden as being kind of that marker in Europe that I think is special. And when we look at kind of the growth of innovation in the US, what makes it so companies come and thrive in the United States is frankly the same as what makes companies grow and thrive in Sweden. And I will point to Sweden as, I think, a great example. So there have been 931 companies that have listed in the Swedish market since 2019, raising almost $100 billion. And in the same period of time, the U.S., of course, has also brought probably over 1,000 companies listed, and we've also raised probably $150 billion. But it's still, or maybe a little bit more than that over that period of time. But it's definitely one thing where you look at the fact that companies you've got a risk culture, you've got great education, you've got multiple ways for startups to be funded, and then you have markets that support retail and pensions, long-term money, and hedge funds, and market makers. I think in both markets, the U.S. and as you look at Sweden, it's that ecosystem exists. So within Europe, there are great countries that have really tried to grow and expand their markets very effectively and efficiently to support startups. And I think, so you can look at a lot of great examples.
So you're giving us hope because we had this poll earlier about whether we are optimistic or not. So
I'm optimistic.
Maybe
I'm
you
an
bring us
eternal
to the
optimist.
optimistic side, which is very good. But then, precisely, so you were touching on this. So NASDAQ has this peculiarity that you operate in the US and you also operate in the Baltics and in the Nordics. And with this very a specific example of Sweden that is often brought forward as an example of a very successful market that we can learn from it. So what can we actually learn from both experiences? You touch upon a few points, but can you give us a bit more a feel of what should we change concretely to benefit from those experiences on both sides?
Yeah, so I think the first thing is getting more of the population of the country or the continent involved in equity investing. I mean, that to me is by far the number one thing that the EU can do to drive more equity ownership, more of a healthy risk culture, and put more capital to work to drive the future of innovative companies. And that is obviously very evident in the United States, but it's also very evident in Sweden, and actually the other key market where that's very evident is in the Netherlands. And so you sit there and say, why? So, you know, if you look at equities as a percentage of household income, you know, how much equity ownership does the average household own? It's about 39% in the United States. It's 36% in Sweden, and it's 36% in Amsterdam or in the Netherlands. And I think there's two ways to look at it. It's direct ownership versus, let's say, ownership through pensions and mutual funds. And so you look at all of that. In the United States, there's a lot of direct ownership. And you've got mutual funds and, you know, kind of 401ks and directed savings accounts. In Sweden, you have both the pensions and the ISK program. And if you look at Sweden as the percentage of household income invested in equities in Sweden from 2012 on has literally steadily risen. And that was when the ISK program was introduced. So the ISK program there allows for Swedish citizens to invest up to a certain amount of money in a savings account in a very tax-efficient way. They're taxed maybe 1% on total holdings every year. They're allowed to invest in any listed equity and any, I believe that and any MTF that's in Europe. So they really fuel investment in the small to medium enterprises. They fuel investment in the domestic markets, in the EU markets. But it has allowed for that culture to really kind of be a big part of the development of the capital markets. And in Europe, I mean, in the US, I wish we had that program. But there's just, I would say, a longer history of equity involvement by retail investors. That creates combustion in markets, because if you have retail, it attracts hedge funds, it attracts market makers, it attracts pension money. And that, I think, kind of creates that virtuous cycle that exists in the markets that we operate.
So let me just pick up on the point that you were saying about Europe. So you're saying it is possible.
It is
possible.
possible.
We have examples where it works.
Yes.
But so we had a discussion earlier about whether we need to do things separately, market by market, whether we need to do things only at the homogeneous for the whole Europe, or whether it's possible in the EU to have our own way that would combine the benefits for each member state and for the whole of the EU. So if we want to be in that game and have effective markets for the whole of the EU, what's your take on that?
Yeah, so I think the first thing is, it's interesting around the world, if you form a country, there's a lot of national pride in having a market as the center of your economy. You know, form a country, you want transportation, education, rule of law, and an economy. And the markets serve as the center of that economy. So it is very much a point of national pride. However, I think in a modern economy, and especially in the EU, you've got this incredible economic union. You've got an enormous amount of power within the economic union. But how do you allow for both the domestic markets to operate and fund and fuel the domestic ecosystem? Small to medium companies coming on board. Every economy is a little different. But then create consistency of regulatory oversight. You know, how do you create consistent rules that govern the markets? How do you create consistent pension plans that allow those pensions and motivate those pensions to invest in the domestic or the regional ecosystem? How do you also make it so that, as I said, you engage more retail in the markets by incentivizing them to be part of the markets? All of those things, I think, are actually laid out quite well in the Draghi report. We are very supportive of what that report really represents, because it doesn't say you have to create one monopoly, which I think is actually not a good idea. I'm a big believer in competition. But it does talk about lessening the layers of regulation, making it so that there's certain elements of the capital markets that are governed by a single regulator, and there are other very specific elements of the capital markets that might have some local elements to it. Also, bringing more of the post-trade infrastructure together in a more consistent way is critical. That's one of the great, the things that people don't focus on as much in the United States. But all clearing and settlement happens in securities at the DTCC. All options clearing occurs within OCC. We have 13 markets that operate in the United States, across options and equities. 13 different market operators kind of come in and trade, but they all clear and settle in one place. And that also creates a lot of consistency, and it really fuels the liquidity in the local markets.
I think that was very helpful. I hope people are listening to what you're suggesting. There was one point that I found extremely interesting. You just touched upon regulations. We have a lot of policymakers in the room, a lot of regulators, and you wrote recently that you estimate that nearly, did I get this right? $1 trillion of bank capital could be unlocked if banks and government agencies created a more efficient and tech-forward regulatory environment. So what do you mean by that, and what can we do in practice to look ahead and have this forward-looking, lean, efficient regulatory framework?
Sure. So as NASDAQ expanded into becoming a software provider to the broader financial system, as I mentioned, we have risk management, regulatory reporting, anti-financial crime technology that serves the broader banking ecosystem and the capital markets. And so we are very, very focused on how do you take a tech-forward way and innovate to make it so that all of those activities can be done more efficiently. Because if you can make those activities, that's kind of risk and compliance activities, more efficient, it will unlock a lot of capital within the banks. And the banks are there to fuel startups. They are there to fuel, home ownership and education and other things that are so important to a working economy. So what we've really focused on was looking at the complexity of the world versus the complicatedness of the world. I love that word, complicatedness. But so we said, well, over a 50-year period, the world has actually become 6 times more complex over 50 years, and that's that I think we can kind of all relate to that. It has become a much more complex world, but complicatedness has grown 35 times. So that means that when regulators and legislators take the complexity of the world around them and they drive to normalize behaviors or govern activity or try to drive towards a standard approach, they create a lot of complicatedness within the system. The banks then, or energy companies, this is across every sector, have to kind of scurry to catch up to what the regulators and legislators are asking. And so they generally will take a very inefficient approach to complying because they just need to get it done. Or the regulation that results from this complexity focuses more on inputs than outcomes. And so what we're suggesting is that if regulators and legislators could evaluate regulation and say, did that regulation actually drive to the intent, the original intent? Did it in fact result in what you wanted? Is the outcome what you originally thought? Is the regulation even still relevant in today's economy? And really do an assessment of regulation and drive towards outcome-oriented regulation. If you look at the outcome as opposed to what are the inputs that are driving it, it gives the banks and financial system more latitude to figure out how can we do it more efficiently, how can we leverage advanced technology such as cloud and AI to drive efficiency and effectiveness so that they can drive to that outcome you're looking for, but have more ability to innovate. And if you can do that effectively, it could take down, our estimate is there's very specific things that you could do to take down the cost of risk and compliance by about 10 to 20%. That unlocks $25 to $50 billion of retained earnings within the banks. That then allows them to leverage that and bring about $500 billion to $1 trillion of incremental capital and deploy it across the economy. So that's how we came up with the number. But it is really a self-assessment. We all have to do that self-assessment and try to drive towards more efficiency.
Thank you for sharing that. And one last question I wanted to ask you. I know you feel very strongly about anti-financial crime. So how important is that for the integrity of markets, and what is NASDAQ doing in that area?
Sure. Well, we also have done this really cool study on anti-financial crime. So we would say that $3 trillion is laundered across the global financial system, and about $500 billion is lost to fraud in the global financial system. And in Europe, it's about $150 billion is lost to fraud every year, and similar numbers actually in the U.S. So if you think about the fact, again, how do you drive to a better outcome there? We do have a unique we have a unique capability within Verafin that allows for all of the banks. So we have 2,600 banks in the United States and Canada that bring data together in what we call a consortium data lake. They contribute data into a consortium data lake, and there are laws that exist that allow us to do that. And we do it in a GDPR compliant way that allows for us to take down the false positives. And in any given bank, we can show that we can save 20 to 40% of false positives, which creates a better experience for the consumer. They don't get their account locked as much. And then also bring up the amount of fraud found, but anywhere we've shown examples of 20% to over 100% more fraud found. And that power of data sharing, criminals do not bank in one bank. They use the system to their advantage. They also drive very specific patterns and practices of behavior. And so we basically have trained models using AI Bayesian models to root out the criminal behavior. And then we use Gen AI to help people automate the workflow processes and make it much more efficient for them to actually report to the regulator. And so those things that's one of those contributory factors. We're now bringing that solution to Europe, and we're engaged with banks across Europe in this, and we're also engaged with regulators and legislators, because there is a law that is being considered that would allow for GDPR compliant data sharing within the system here in the EU. So we do think that's an important next step for the EU, again, to drive more efficiency and effectiveness of the capital markets and the financial system.
So thank you very much, Adina. We can see, so first, I think we've moved to be a much more technology-driven, right, company and how you do this, and also bringing some optimism and concrete measures that it is doable in the EU, with some learning from the good experiences that you have in the Nordics and in Sweden in particular, and bringing that to the European level. So let's hope we can build on those experiences. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. I am optimistic. I actually really believe that. I think this is a moment for the EU to come together and realize the power of this economy. I mean, this economy is an incredible economy. It's huge. And it's really just a matter of coming together with very tangible, practical solutions to drive the changes that are very doable. So very excited to work with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adina. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that very uplifting conversation, and I'd be interested, we aren't going to rerun the poll every 5 minutes, but if we were, I'd be interested to see how much of that optimism had infected the audience and how it would affect our level of optimism/caution about the European Capital Markets Project. I'm now delighted to introduce our second high-level panel of the day. For this, you'll be glad to know that you're getting a break from me, and we have another far more skilled moderator. I'm about to bring up someone who you probably all know from his work through ESMA, and I'm going to do my very best to pronounce his name properly. Klaus Lober, Chair of the CCP Supervisory Committee for ESMA, and he will introduce the rest of his panel. Thank you.
A very good morning, and if I may already invite my dear panelists up on the stage, that will facilitate. So again, thanks Laura, and a very good morning. I think we can handle flexibly. All right, we stick strictly to the pictures on the backside. I can only applaud that. Also, small matter of disclosure, looking at the polls we had this morning, I also count myself in the optimist camp, but I probably professionally have to. Let me briefly introduce the speakers. Also, I'm pretty sure they are well known to all of you. And let me start with Stéphane Boujnah, who is the CEO and chairman of the management board of Euronext and has been for quite a while. And Euronext, as you know, is a truly pan-European infrastructure. And it has grown through a quite unique track record of integration. And I trust, Stéphane, that you will share your insights on how to connect European economies to capital markets to accelerate growth. We also have Alexandra Schur-Schröder, and thanks for joining us at a bit short notice. Much appreciated that you could be with us. Alexandra is the Deputy Director General at DG FISMA, and you all know that DG FISMA is in a key role concerning the policy making in the financial sector, and I look very much forward to your insights on the ongoing Commission's work on Savings and Investment Union. We also have the privilege to be joined by Melanie Kreis. Melanie is the Chief Financial Officer of DHL Group, which is the world's leading logistics company, and she's also the president of Deutsches Aktieninstitut, which represents through its members about 90% of the market capitalization of listed German corporates. So I think you have a perfect background to bring in the perspective of the real economy in our debate. And last but not least, Erkki Liikanen, who is very well known to all of you. He has a quite unique background as a parliamentarian, minister, governor, EU commissioner, and of course, particularly the author of another report which has not been cited so much yet today, the Liikanen report on the EU banking sector reform. Again, Erkki, I'm very happy that you are here, and I should not forget your current main assignment, which is the chair of the IFRS Foundations of Trustees, which you have been doing for quite a while. Let's go to the substance of the discussion on the EU's funding gap. And it's evident that the growth in the EU has to be underpinned by innovative companies and smart industrial policies. We face global trade and economic challenges more than ever, so innovation is as critical against this background. Transition hinges around progress in having cutting-edge technologies, green tech, AI, quantum computing, yet we see a severe lack of investment in innovation which may threaten the EU's prosperity. From this perspective, the closing of the funding gap for EU companies is an imperative. And I still believe that we have excellent research institutions, creative entrepreneurs, and skilled workforce. So we should take a look in this panel how European business, whether they are startups, SMEs, or larger firms, actually can overcome the constraints to seek funding. To look at this subject, I would like to go with the panelists through 2 rounds. First, do a bit of stocktake analysis to see what are the main reasons you see behind these evident funding gaps, and in the second round, forward-looking to see how can we overcome and improve on this situation. And let me start by turning to you, Stefan, to take a look at the corporate dimension. Euronext has unveiled recently a strategic plan called Innovate for Growth 2027. And in this plan, you put out a bold vision of Euronext to become a global champion in listing. To achieve that objective, what key obstacles would you see to be addressed? Stefan.
Maybe, I don't want to speak too much about Euronext, although I enjoy talking about us and it's my favorite topic, but for the benefit of the group, I don't know how you feel about these panels on competitiveness and on capital market union and saving investment union. I feel that we are all meeting like across Europe from time to time, like a group of anonymous alcoholic, and we share our frustrations. And usually the main takeaway is, that's promised, I start tomorrow. Tomorrow I quit. And I'm starting tomorrow. And I think the question is really how we can focus, first of all, your attention away from your mobile phones if you can, but how we can focus our action plans on the things that do really matter and do make a difference for real and that are achievable. There are things that are not problems for the moment that we have and that not where we don't have any shortage. The first one, as you mentioned it, is talents and science. So the question is how we transform science into technology and technology into growth and growth into jobs, but that's another issue. But talents and science is there in this part of the world. The other thing which is here, which is not an issue, is the amount of saving. We have one of the highest level of saving as part of disposable, as a share of disposable income in the planet. So there is no shortage of money in Europe. There is no shortage of talent and science. There is no shortage of consumer. We have one of the largest blocs in the planet. The rest of the world respects us only because we have a single market. Otherwise, they would just come to visit our museums and spend the money they are making elsewhere. But the reason why anyone who wants to be rich as a division called Europe, Middle East, and Africa, is because if you want to get rich with a global business, you have to penetrate the America's business, the Asian business, and the European business. So we have a market, albeit not integrated. We have saving, and we have talents. So how come we don't make it work? The first thing, and I just want to focus on two things that will connect with the Euronext strategy. There are only 3 issues to fix. The first one is liquidity. The second one is liquidity. And the third one is liquidity. The fundamental reason of the situation where we are is a shortage of equity funding of European companies. Nothing else. The beauty of this problem is that by addressing some locks, these écluses, we can fix it. The first one, and the most critical one, is the way Europeans prepare for their old days when they are too tired or too old or too lazy to work and when they need some income. In the US, if you want to have some income when you are too old, too tired, too lazy to work, you have one single solution. You buy shares when you are young. And that's called retirement and pension, and that fuels all the good things that Edina shared with us. 33% of retail participation in any equity book in the US. And that has a lot of implications, including in the industrial way. They metabolize savings into investment. BlackRock, the largest asset management platform in the planet, would not exist without the way people prepare for retirement in the US. In Europe, in most countries, if you want to have some income, some revenues when you are too old, too lazy, too tired to work, you just have to hope that the people around you at that time continue to pay taxes and social contributions. And that's why we have only 3% of retail participation to the book. So, and also, when I was referring to BlackRock, the reason why BlackRock exists, the reason why there is in the US a big BlackRock is because there is a small government for social redistribution. In Europe, we have huge government, which even borrows to the rest of the world the money we are distributed internally, and the small Amundi. So the fundamental source of a difference between the US and Europe is the way we organize the channeling of savings towards long equity investment. And the beauty of retirement investment is that this is the only way to prepare for retirement is to invest in equity, because equity is the only asset class where you can have deferred, long-term, diversified return, which is exactly what pensions are about. So the question is how we make Europe great again. I mean, how Europe equity investment culture was before the welfare state was invented. There was a time between, just to take the French example, which I know the best, but it's the same across Europe, between 1870 and 1913, where savings, domestic saving in a country with a much lower GDP was able to fund within 40 years real estate investment in Paris to build all those buildings that you are seeing, canals, fortification, schools, colonial initiatives, steel, mining, railways, etc. Just because anyone who had some surplus was going after work to the post office to buy a bond from the government and to the bank to buy a share with a coupon. And that concept of how to channel equity, how to channel savings of Europeans towards equity is the most critical single issue to change the picture. And in this respect, there are some chemically pure examples. Edina mentioned 2 countries that are doing marginally better than the others in Europe. She mentioned Sweden and the Netherlands. She could have mentioned Copenhagen, Denmark. Why? Because among the 27, the 3 largest countries in terms of growth of pension funds are first the Netherlands, then Sweden, and then Denmark. So when you have local pension funds, you can have capitalism de voisinage, neighboring capitalism. Because never forget that what is behind the strength of the US is 2 things which have, in my view, the equal weight. One is the strength of their innovation culture, the fact that from the age of 5 years old, when the kid writes his name in majuscule, they tell the teacher says, "Oh, great, you are so amazing." So 25 years later, they do PowerPoint presentations, and they go and they say, "Change of paradigm," and everyone say, "Oh, great," and so on. So the level of self-confidence and energy and innovation is the reason why they do great things. But the other one is that people save for retirement and give their money to players that have no other way to provide return when people are old than investing long-term in equity. And because there is such a huge river of equity, a part of that equity has to be allocated to the booster, which is venture capital. The big difference between US and Europe is not the number of projects that have a great growth prospects in technology. The real difference is the size of the rounds and the appetite for very risky projects, because when VCs are smaller, they have less appetite than when they are diversified and they have a largest portfolio. So the fundamental driver is how we make it work. And one last comment before I give the floor to the others, because I'm too talkative as always, is that these issues of changing the pension funds investment is a very domestic issue. So we love discussing single supervision and consolidated tape and unbundling, blah, blah, blah. But it's a tail things. The fundamental issue, how Europe can help, is in changing pension. And pension is a domestic issue. The other thing, which is half domestic, half European, is, and I'll stop there, is the prudential ratios. The big difference between the way we invest today, the way banks and insurance companies that are in the business of metabolizing savings into equity, the big difference between today and 20 years ago are the prudential ratios. So I quote a sentence from Marianne, because I was very disciplined. I was here this morning, and she said, "We need to stop fighting yesterday's battle and to fix the great financial crisis." The prudential ratios we have today on the solvency and Basel have two problems. The first one is that they are a time capsule of 2008, 2012 problems. At that time, there was too much risk in portfolios, so the supervisors said never again, the regulators say taxpayers won't pay again, and then they say no, nowadays you are going to invest with helmet, umbrella, suspender, condoms, parachute, everything. It's fine. But the problem we have today, that's what Letta and Draghi are saying, is that, no. The problem is that we don't have enough risk in portfolios. So what we need to do is to kill solvency, or at least to go back to 2006. If we were to allow insurance companies to invest today in the way they were investing in 2006, and 2006 is not the Wild West, it's not the Middle Age, it's not a barbarian age, we would be unlocking massive amount of money to equity. The same for banks. And to finish for real now, the reason why we have to do it is not only because those ratios are obsolete, it's because we are the last man standing in the planet to apply them, because our friends in the US not only have creative ideas about Groenland, Canada, Panama, and Gaza, but also they have very creative ideas on prudential ratios, and they say on Basel III, you know what? We will probably never apply them. So have fun, and we like the idea that we run the same race, but we in the US we run with Adidas shoes or Nike shoes, and you in Europe you have decided to run exactly the same race with Bunbuns and Havaianas.
Thank you, Stefan. You have set quite an intriguing start for the debate, and you have already covered not just the diagnosis, but already provided a number of elements for solutions. I want to give the due opportunity to all the others to also bring in their perspectives, and I may cut a bit short on your second round, Stefan, now. But Melanie, let me first look at you, and with your experience in the corporate world, you heard some elements from Stefan, but what are the core challenges that you see for companies that want to access finance and capital markets? And there may be perhaps also some differentiations between the size of the companies concerned. Melanie.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, first of all, thank you for having me. I think I'm a little bit the strange element here in the room because I actually represent a listed European company. So we do use European capital markets for our funding. And I think, Stefan, you said a couple of sentences about what needs to be done on the supply side. Obviously, in order to get a good market dynamic, we need supply, where I totally agree with your analysis that it's all about liquidity. But we also need the demand and companies which are excited about tapping into European markets and which want that as a funding source. And I think that is also an area where obviously the depth of the supply side plays an important role, because if we as a company look for funding, we want attractive financial opportunities and having a more liquid market, having a broader investor base will have an impact on capital availability and also on valuations. And that is obviously one of the challenges we have as a European stock listed company, that multiples are different to what we see, for example, in the United States. But I think the fundamental problem is when I now talk to startup companies in the US, and I ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? The answer is pretty clear. I want to IPO. I want to be a listed company. When I ask the same question to a European startup, not really sure. We read all these things about European regulations. So if a young colleague would ask me, you've been sitting on the board of a European stock listed company for 10 years. Is it really fun? Is it worth it to get a European listing? I would have to think quite long about my answer. Because when we look at what has happened over the last 10 years, the trend has just been going into one direction. And I want to make that very concrete and tangible. So we are just closing our books for the year 24. We will publish our results on March 6th. And last weekend, I spent reading our management report. Excluding notes, it's 140 pages long, roughly. 70 pages are actually on the non-financial reporting, where we report in line with ESRS, not under ESRS, because we didn't get a German law in time, right? But so we decided that we will apply ESRS for 24. We are lucky, we don't have more than 1,000 data points, but we have about 600 data points. And the problem is, when you try to read those 70 pages, which I did on the weekend, you get totally lost in what is actually the core message. So I now told my team, and we had to convince the auditor that this is actually allowed, that we should have a 1.5 pager before the non-financial report so that people actually understand what we are talking about. Yeah? So let me just be clear. I'm totally convinced that global warming is a reality and that we have a responsibility. And as a logistics company, we have a huge CO2 footprint and we have to do something about it. But I think we have to acknowledge that we have overdone it. And that is something which does not make it attractive for small, young companies to get listed here. And I think what makes it even worse, and then I will be quiet, I think what actually makes it worse, and that is a huge concern for me. I mean, one thing is having regulation which is cumbersome and painful and leads to an inefficient use of resources, yeah? Spending time on reporting instead of spending time on doing stuff. But where it gets really difficult is when the reporting requirements force you to do the wrong thing. And we have a number of examples on that. So we are committed to science-based target and to reduce our CO2 footprint by 2030. And we are buying expensive sustainable aviation fuel because that's our biggest CO2 footprint. But under the EU taxonomy, if I put sustainable aviation fuel in an old aircraft, it doesn't count. So how shall I then justify doing that vis-à-vis my investors, particularly US investors now, where we will soon have different debates, yeah? So I think it is super important to be attractive, get the liquidity up, and then have companies who want the liquidity, that we also work on the reporting requirements. And I know it's not just the non-financial reporting requirements, but I think they are a nice example of where, with the best intentions, we have just simply made it too complicated.
Thank you, Melanie. And you have pointed with the finger at some regulatory dimensions. And I think this is a good point in time to look at the public sector colleagues here in the panel. I must say, it's easy to criticize regulation as such. It's important to look concretely at the specific aspects that may deserve a review. We have had quite a significant pushback across the board, but you have been mentioning some elements around the sustainability regulation. So perhaps, Erkki, if I turn to you, do you believe that the complexity and burden of EU requirements, or the perceived complexity, is deterring firms? And what could you describe from your analysis of the situation?
It's a very, very good question. Can I start from the optimistic view that Ursula von der Leyen had a great idea that she nominated Enrico Letta and Mario Draghi a year before to do the reports for this commission. A year before. Actually, Enrico Letta more than a year before, and Mario Draghi half a year before. So when she comes to office, gets second mandate, she has papers there. Normally you start working groups then. The two great reports are done. So it's now done? No. David and me, we were in one project long ago, a Lisbon strategy, 2000. It was a wonderful, wonderful strategy. Europe should have become most dynamic knowledge-based economy in the world. We remember still those sentences. 3 years later, Wim Kok led the expert group, analyzed what did really happen. And I just went yesterday to that report, and the conclusion was, outcome was weak, and the reason was overloaded agenda, poor coordination, and conflicting priorities. Do we have this risk now? Yes, we do. I went through these reports yesterday. You have all, of course, read them too, but also the Commission paper, which is 40 pages, communication on the competitiveness compass. It's a good start. All the issues are right there, but they have 38 flagship projects. My actual point is to say that great work has been done. President has a good start. Mario had a wonderful job, and Enrico, but we must focus on the right issues. If Europe lacks the focus, nothing will change. And I would just focus two issues now. And now one is really this savings and investment union. We all know the problems already. We don't need to repeat them, but that just must be fixed. And then I come to my last point is on the European regulation, sustainability. You can't avoid the problem that companies feel it's too heavy, too complicated. You are European, local, global regulations at the same time. Commission has now promised a paper soon, which will be, as they say, unprecedented simplification efforts. We older people have seen many of those efforts. But now the question, how to make it? Especially sustainability. You don't need to give away the objective. That's the key objective. But you must absolutely avoid double, triple reporting. There must be global baseline. Standards are the same. If your constitution has higher visions or higher priorities for some particular issue, you can add one element, but it must be interoperable. So that double reporting is not needed. I think we have a great moment now to try to fix this global baseline. IFRS proposed the first S1, S2 standards, and now but half of the world GDP is there supporting. Many countries in Africa, Asia is strong, US is a problem. We have found agreement also with the EU level, but I just say that we have lacked focus. Now we need focus. Few issues, do them, deliver. Savings and Investment Union and simplification on a bureaucratic agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erkki. And you have alluded already to some aspects which will clearly fall within the remit of the European Commission. And Alexandra, before in the second round, we will take a look at what you may have envisaged as a way forward. Does what you have heard correspond to your own analysis and the one of your colleagues? Are there aspects, and of course, again, there has been some pointing at the regulation, but it's also clear from what we have heard, these are not the only factors that may create an issue here. This morning we also had a reference to the bank-based financing in the EU. Just to get a feel, the Digitalization analysis, what in your views are the main frictions that we may need to address?
Yeah, very good, Klaus. Thank you very much also for inviting a regulator to this panel, because I think that will allow us to have a balanced and interesting discussion. Perhaps first of all, I would absolutely concur that there is a funding gap in the European. It's a quite massive one. And there are certainly different reasons why we are having them, and many of them have already been mentioned. But again, maybe picking up also on the fireside chat, I mean, this is, and also what Stefan said, I mean, it is certainly clear that Europeans are not investing enough in equity, and the question is, why is that happening? And there is, of course, also the issue of risk capital lacking. That is, if I'm not mistaken, 6 times less than we have it compared in the US, even also with the consequences that companies, especially those we really need in Europe, smaller ones, scale-ups, because they are key drivers for our economy. And yeah, developing the technologies for tomorrow are often considering, and sometimes they also do it to relocate to other jurisdictions. Of course, finding the reasons why we have them. First of all, I think there is not only one reason, but we have a variety of reasons, and maybe I'm not mentioning them all, but I will focus on a few one. I mean, the question is, of course, always if you want to put private money into something, you cannot simply allocate it. It's not like the state who decides to give a subsidy. I think that is a challenge, how you attract private investors. And there are a couple of framework conditions have to work well in order to make that happen. And here, I would say one of the biggest problems we still face in Europe, and we're facing it, I would say, since the beginning of the European Union, is that we are still confronted with a very fragmented landscape in Europe. And it's also clear that we will never be a jurisdiction like the United States, but we are doing a lot. But if you look around, you still find a lot of different legal regimes, and this is not always something we can fix at European level with a proposal of the European Commission and a quick agreement with Council and Parliament, but we are still facing also a lot of national rules, and that is something I at least would believe we have to work on. Not everything can be fixed in Brussels, many things have to be fixed in the member states. A second one that was already mentioned, I think especially also by Stefan and others, is the capacity of institutional investors, in particular pension funds. I would very much agree with that, and the countries that have been mentioned indeed have good pension fund systems. But here again, I think we have to have this debate now, and I'm pretty sure you will hear the Commissioner this afternoon, and you will also soon get an official statement from the Commission. That is a topic we need to look into and not shy away, because again, a lot of competences by member states, and it's certainly not about to destroy well-functioning pension systems, but how we can better balance pay-as-you-go pensions with private pension systems. I think this is absolutely a must in Europe, because today our institutional investors are lacking size, and they are sometimes also lacking the expertise because they're not sufficiently big and experienced. And maybe a last point about prudential rules and simplifications. Should we look into that because they are somehow breaking or not sufficiently adapted to enhance competitiveness? I would not say that we should now reverse what we have done many years ago, but there may be a bit of a need of adaptations. Simplification was mentioned, especially sustainability reporting. There will also soon be some activity happening in Brussels, but don't see that as a complete U-turn. I think it's somehow an experience we make with completely new rules, and we should not lose the compass, but maybe some adaptations is necessary. And on the prudential rules, yes, I would say there is something when it comes maybe for the prudential rules for insurers as institutional investors. We will have the Solvency II level acts now being discussed with Parliament and the member states. But again, let's be careful not being too lenient, because I think we can have finally a good balance between stability and competitiveness.
Thanks a lot, Alexandra. And of course, the last point chimes in with some of my personal views on the need to still maintain the necessary framework to have a safe environment. However, there is a couple of aspects, and Stefan, I see your reaction. I come to you in a second, if you don't mind. Let me first turn to Erki, and apologies for picking up the regulatory side again. Alexandra had a few teasers on the sustainability regulation, and of course there is the discussion around the omnibus regulation. I must say, having done Latin at school, it's probably a misuse of the Latin term, but I'm not going into that. Let's look at whether really the simplification of recently adopted regulations, is it the most effective way forward? And of course, if you have other aspects on the way forward, what could be done, I would also be interested to hear.
It's a very important question. I believe that the sustainability is there to stay on our agenda. Climate change is a historical and scientific fact. There have been elections in some big countries. People think that these facts change. These facts have not changed. The question there is that what can we do with political measures? What can we do with the markets? Political measures like carbon tax are terribly complicated, but if we have proper disclosure standards by which investors can assess the value of the company on the basis of their risks and opportunities, that can make markets work. And I'm sure that the key issue simply is that when climate is a global problem, we must fight on global level, and Europe must play their role, have one global baseline. If we think we can go beyond the others, that's fine, but let's not do it so that people need to report same issue 2 or 3 times. And let's try to win friends in the area. I mentioned, I'm coming here actually directly from India. I came 10 o'clock this morning, by the way, plane was late. And especially Asia is moving very fast. They want to have global standards because they want to have an opportunity which is coming in this area. And we need to work with this global level, because if India and China are out, the rest doesn't matter much. If Africa is out, those who have been victims don't have opportunities. So we need to solve European problems, but with the global view as a basic point, because the problems are by their character global. So let's not think that sustainability is away the agenda. It's there. Let's make it global. Just last 2 points. We could start to do already standards which would be at the same time global for all. One is, for instance, transition, because the transition issues are big ones. Second is sector-specific standards. Because if every country starts to have jurisdiction have separate standards for every single industrial sector, it will be in the end chaotic. That those 2 areas where European Commission, IFRS, the others could work together, that global baseline is for industrial sectors and also transition solutions available.
Thank you so much, and thanks for these thoughtful interventions. I really appreciate. Melanie, just to complement, and since we also had touched at the beginning on the need to foster innovation and innovative companies, we also had some allusions to the role of venture capital as a specific aspect. Can I just see, with your background of seeing different companies in the Aktieninstitut, what would you recommend here to get a bit more dynamism in the ecosystem?
I think that goes back to what Stefan already said. This is really about increasing the liquidity. I think we have great European startups. We have great innovative scientists. So I think bringing the liquidity on the supply side there is absolutely paramount. But I want to pick up on what you just said, also with regard to global standards and stuff. And I don't want to labor the whole sustainability topic to death here. But I think, and Verena already said it in her opening statements today, so change requires necessity, and hopefully we can get necessity and the feeling for necessity without having a real crisis, right? So I think from a European company perspective, we are seeing that we are falling behind in terms of competitiveness. I think the facts in the mentioned reports are very obvious. But I think we also must not get into doom and gloom. We have a fantastically strong position and we can turn this around. But we have to act now. And so as organizations, as businesses, we are hearing the signals that there is a willingness to now simplify things, and we are watching very closely. And that is where this whole sustainability topic and what will now come up in the second half of February, hopefully, is super, super important. Because that will be the show me moment. Yeah? So we have heard the words about we understand we have gone too far, we have to get simpler, we have to cut back. I think what will be proposed with the Omnibus will be the first tangible opportunity for us to see is there real substance behind it. And the good thing is, I think there are very concrete things which we can do without abandoning the course. You talked about the compass. We want to stay on track. Yeah, global warming, like you said, is a reality and we have to decarbonize. So we don't want to abandon that. And we understand, I as a CFO clearly understand, if you are serious about something, you need KPIs, you have to measure it, you have to report it. Yeah? But it has to be the right balance. So 3 very concrete proposals. The first one is, if you want to simplify, do not add additional stuff on top. We do not need the sector standards. What we currently have is ESRS, double materiality, allows us to bring in sufficient sector-specific, industry-specific aspects. We don't need sector standards. If you simplify, do not add stuff on top. That's number 1. The second thing, which was also nicely said in the discussion before, if you put something in place a couple of years ago, after a while you have to check, does this regulation actually fulfill its purpose? Is it still giving us what we want, or is it outdated? And I think one clear example for me is ESEF tagging. That comes from a time when we didn't have AI, when we didn't have machines which were able to simply synthesize non-financial reports and financial reports. We have those machines now. So let's be bold and simply say that we don't need that anymore because the AI can summarize for investors what is written in an annual report, quite simply. Same with the taxonomy. We can really look for pieces where we can simplify. It was a great idea. I was a strong supporter. % of green revenue, % of green OPEX, % of green CapEx. Yes, but I think we now have to acknowledge that the world has moved on. So do not add stuff on top. Simplify and really challenge, is it still doing the job or can we get rid of stuff? And then thirdly, to what you also said, we are in global competition. We have to make sure that we get a stronger convergence of reporting standards. So these are 3 very concrete things, and we as organizations, as companies, we will really watch, is it just lip service what we're hearing, or is it really helping us to get more competitive again as European organizations?
Thanks a lot, Melanie, also for bringing in this wider perspective. It's much appreciated. And I know, Stefan, I have been holding you back a bit now. I will not even add to my questions, just interested to hear your additional considerations.
Yeah, thank you for this constructive proposal. No jokes apart, I just want to react on 2 comments made before by other panelists and then to focus on what, in my view, is the top priority. The first thing is that we need, as Melanie said, we need to be a bit radical. If you ask the people who have created the mess to fix it, they will do incremental, marginal, periphery changes. Unfortunately, because we have a democratic construct, they will do the job. But don't expect the guys, I mean, Ursula von der Leyen has a great sense of humor, so she's able to do a U-turn completely and to come from the Green Deal, which was supposed to fix all the problems of the humankind, towards Omnibus, who is going to fix all the other problems of humankind. Fine. But the reality is that to implement that U-turn, you need some level of radicalism, which is not necessarily embedded in the relevant bureaucracies. So the question is, how do we do things as radical as Schengen or the custom unions? I mean, Schengen was a big hit to the police forces who were telling, wow, how are we going to handle crimes, immigration, etc. And some policymakers were told the police forces, you know what, we have a view of the common good, you guys will figure out. And that's how Schengen was invented. The custom unions was the same. customs authorities were panicking about, whoa, before opening the roads to trucks, we need to make sure that the goods meet the standards. And someone said, no. We have another vision, and you guys will figure out now. There are plenty of reasons why things happened that way. There was no independent authority of police forces or no independent authorities of custom officers, so that helped. But it's true that we need some radical... Countries can have their Kodak moment. Kodak is a great company that died healthy because it became irrelevant in a matter of 3 or 4 quarters. So countries can become very healthy with all sorts of great prudential ratios that are mitigated with relevant SMEs, threshold, and become irrelevant in a matter of a few years. So that was my first comment. The second comment, because some people mentioned the concept of ambitions on equity culture, etc. As I said earlier, I want to be super crystal clear. Equity culture is an output. You don't need to coach people about financial literacy. You need to create the fundamental incentives, which is to make their pensions dependent on how focused they are on capital markets. And then financial literacy comes. I mean, the financial literacy of European kids on bitcoins is very high. And they never went to any EU program on financial literacy, etc., or financial culture. What I want to focus on, which I think is because we have many elephants in the rooms, we are in a big zoo, is the approach of time. And that's super serious and super important. What Draghi says in the first part of his report is that the average time between a proposal of the Commission and a decision or an act approved by the co-legislators, the Council and the Parliament, is in average 19 months. Which means that if the Commission has a great idea in next week, it will become real in 19 months. Now, in 19 months, Donald Trump will be preparing his midterm elections. So you have seen how creative the guy has been for the past 2 weeks. And can you imagine where we will be in 19 months? So the fundamental issues are we address the fundamental problem, which is that there is no European executive order. We don't have Ursula von der Leyen in front of us saying, nowadays it will be different, I'm changing the world, look how big my signature is. So it doesn't exist. But this is fundamentally the big problem between EU and the US is speed. Now, how do we fix it? We are not going to transform a sort of bottom-up federalism of countries into a top-down federalism. But there are a few things we can do. Focus on things that can be changed quickly and that have an impact fast. And that's why I believe that the first one is the ratio issues, where we can move quickly. Another one at the national member states is taxation of savings. One of the main sources of leakage of the huge European savings that doesn't go to equity is the incentive to buy government bonds. So in Italy, in France, with the Assurance Vie, in Spain, with the bonus, etc., there are all sorts of incentives to use for tax incentives to buy fixed income instruments and government bonds. Now the governments have to make a choice. The member states have to make a choice. Do they want to subsidize their own debt, or do they want to incentivize people to fund the future and to invest in equity? And that's a fundamental choice. So the reason why it's so convenient is that you can blame Europe for the lack of equity funding and please bring financial literacy, blah, 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 while at home continuing to incentivize everyone to put their savings into government bonds. So this is something which is a fundamental debate that has a solution at the local level. Finally, I believe, and that's back to talking about Euronext, the other way to move quickly is to forget about anything that is top-down. In other words, private individuals and private companies must accelerate integration projects and let the guys in Brussels move at their pace and have fascinating trilogue meetings and fascinating Rubik's Cube between 27 states and all the 5 parties, etc. So that's okay, but it won't fix anything before a long, long time. So that's why we have created a private initiative to create a single European prospectus, an S1, bottom-up, with the support of our College of Supervisors, but which will be a sort of template that we are producing among our 7 markets and that we are going to offer to the rest of Europe if they want it. So we need to be careful, because I don't want to be the arrogant man, the arrogant Frenchman. I may be arrogant, by the way, but I don't want to say I'm bringing you the civil code and bye-bye. No, we are offering something which will be an S1, a European S1 in English language, that will make visible from the rest of the world the fact that markets are integrated. We have consolidated Euronext with a single liquidity pool, a single order book, a single technology platform. Today, 25% of the shares listed, traded in Europe are traded on this single market. We do things that are weird on paper, but are extremely efficient, like a power trading market in Oslo with derivatives that are power futures that are going to be listed in Amsterdam and cleared in Rome, in Euronext clearing, in Tomacelli 146th Street. So we have created something very integrated, which is totally bottom-up. Totally bottom-up. And I think that the only future for us is what we do for S1, what companies did in the 70s or the 80s with the ISDA contract. ISDA is a very powerful tool for integrating markets. It's a purely private initiative. So the only way to deliver integration is not to wait for our lord and masters, albeit elected, to focus on our problems. The only way to catch up the speed and the time gap with the US is to do things differently, and not the hard way by investing outside the EU, because for us, it's not Europe, Middle East, and Africa. It's home. So we have to fix it at home.
Thank you, Stefan. And thanks for the additional points, which clearly raise enough room for us for further considerations. I also noted here you carefully avoided taking a view on the supervisory framework, but I'm not going to tease you now.
I'm happy to do it, but that's the easy way.
I think we will have other opportunities. But Alexander, just because you now heard a number of reflections, and I know you made a few teasers, and I know you are still having work in progress on some of the reflections, but could I still nevertheless see whether you could be sharing some views on the ongoing way of thinking in the Commission and DG FISMA, and also if you want to react on some of the propositions being made?
No, happy to do that, Klaus. And first of all, I mean, maybe not agreeing with everything what Stefan said, but I think he has a point that time is of essence, and often this is a bit an issue we have here, especially in the European Union with 27 member states, a democratic process in Brussels. So I think there is something we need to think about. On the other hand, I would also like to stress that we should not be too shy to do it in the European way and not always look at what the United States is doing, especially in these times. I think we should be proud of our values in the European Union, that in the European Union things are decided in democratic processes and not just by putting a signature under a piece of paper. Therefore, I think the way to go, and I'm not denying that we have problems when it comes to our competitiveness internally and internationally, is that we have to figure out what is exactly the right recipe for us in the European Union. And I think we should also not be too shy, because in the past we have certainly managed to go a good way. But indeed, we have to face new challenges, and that have to be addressed. Yeah, Klaus, you put me a bit in a difficulty, because you will have the commissioner this afternoon who would possibly also like to sketch out her first ideas. But maybe a few teasers again, and then we will finally see. Scaling up the investor base, I think that is certainly a topic possibly everybody here will agree in the room, and I mean by that the huge number of retail investors, so many people in the European Union. How can we bring them better, move them from savers to investors? That is certainly a big topic. I mean, we have a retail investment strategy in negotiations. There are still lots of things to be done, but I think we should also think a little bit beyond. Interestingly, Adena made the case for a so to say national saving account. I think that is an interesting idea. Maybe that could be something one could take some imagination for our European level. So I think there is still a lot of potential we can use. And the same goes for institutional investors, although there are also indirectly retail investors in investing a bit in the sense what I was saying in my first intervention when it comes to the possibilities of pension fund and also insurers, and that we have this on our radar screen for the next 5 years. Fragmentation has to be still tackled. I know it is not always very easy. There is now this very interesting idea of a 28 regime. I think that is at least something one need to look into. How far should it go? Which areas should it cover? It is possibly also not something that is done very, very quickly, but maybe the time has come that we are not trying to harmonize as much as possible 27 ones, but we would give an alternative. But again, this is very early days, so no decisions have been taken. But I think it should not be forbidden to think about such a system. Last but not least, I think what is also very important is that we look more in this specific type of companies that in the scale-up phase, where I see in particular a need that we review again, what do we have? Do we need to look into our rules on the Eureka fund rules? Is that sufficiently enough? What can be done to find the right investors to overcome especially the moment in the lives of these companies where they need quite a lot of money to grow from a startup to a scale-up? And how could we also, what could we do with a good exit strategy, maybe also to bring them to make them public enterprises? I mean, we have a listing act. I think with that one, that will already be a game changer. It may not be 100%, but I think it's correct. So again, sometimes a bit of patience is needed, unfortunately, in Europe, but it's now done, it's adopted, it will be implemented. So I'm very optimistic that here we will also see very good results. Maybe I leave it with 3 teasers so that the commissioner still has something to disclose to you today. But again, to sum up, let's not be too shy, and let's also be confident that we have done many good things together at the European level, and we should continue to do it our European way.
Thank you, Alexandra. And I know we are reaching the end of our allotted time. I was happy with the last intervention that we have picked up a number of the questions that have been brought forward, and not to have another round, but just to give you an indication what was covered. We had questions around the 28th regime. We had about the role of venture capital and pension funds. The one aspect we may not have been touching on, which is very topical now, again, from some of the signatories you mentioned on the other side of the pond, is about the role of sovereign funds. But I think we have covered a lot of ground, and I would like to thank all of you for your thoughtful contributions, which clearly will help us to further move forward along the directions indicated by Alexandra. What I see is we need to have a collaborative approach here, and we really need to work together to be able to create an environment which is conducive to enhance the access to funding for all entities, in particular those which have the potential to foster growth in the EU. Again, many thanks for having taken part here, and I hope you can all give a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all our panellists for another very stimulating debate. We are into the final 10/15 minutes until lunch. You guys will probably be glad to hear. Between now and then, we have a video presentation, which I'm really hoping will work, from the European Investment Bank's Nadia Calvino. And I hope that's going to appear on the screen any minute now.
Hello. I am delighted to participate in the ESMA conference and contribute to the debate on how to foster Europe's capital markets. There are two key words that summarize the diagnosis and main recommendations in this area. Unity, overcoming fragmentation, which is a key impediment to Europe's competitiveness, and scale. Europe's venture capital ecosystem is too small, and there is a need to scale up public and private investment to support innovation and growth of European firms and make the green and digital transitions a European success. It is time to move from diagnosis and recommendations to action. And I'm happy to see that the panels today share the same spirit, focusing on concrete ideas about how to improve EU capital markets and how to fill the funding gap for the competitiveness of European companies. The EIB Group is uniquely positioned to support the development of the European capital market. In a way, we are a capital market union instrument, issuing bonds under a European signature, channeling savings towards investments, and financing pan-European projects that drive our shared priorities. Building on our strengths as one of the largest international financial institutions, we have shared with our shareholders, the member states, and got their support for an action plan with concrete work streams to contribute to a stronger capital markets union in Europe. Our plan is about improving market integration for green and digital bonds, also about helping European startups and innovators scale up their businesses so that companies, ideas and technologies born in the EU can grow in Europe. Our proposals include an extension of the successful European Tech Champions initiative to nurture the venture capital ecosystem and also setting up an exit fund to help companies list on stock markets or fund acquisitions. Finally, our plan is also about contributing to mobilize large-scale investments for EU policy priorities, from critical raw materials to housing. Dear friends, Europe is at a crossroads, and the choices we make today will determine our voice in the new global order. No matter the headwinds, we have a clear interest in working together for a stronger Europe in a more secure, prosperous and sustainable world. This is our mission as financing arm of the EU, and you can count on us, on the EIB Group, as a key partner to build more and better opportunities for future generations. Thank you for your interest. Have a great conference today, and I look forward to seeing you in person soon. Bye-bye.
Okay. And that concludes this morning's sessions. We will now break for lunch. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so we were due to return from lunch at 14:25, and I think we'll probably stick with that anyway, because it's still almost an hour and a half. Thank you all. take your seats. We have a very special guest for you, and when we might try and close the remaining doors if we could for the audio. Okay, I think we have everybody. So we have a very special guest whose name I'm going to try to say properly, Jacques de la Rosier, author of the La Rosier report, which I think I've managed to not quite mangle, who I'm sure you're all familiar with, but here he is. And he's going to give us a short presentation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to all of you. It is a privilege for me to take part in this commemoration of ESMA's 15th anniversary. I am delighted, Verena, to be the bridge in this nascent story, and I will organize my brief remarks in two parts. Firstly, what has been achieved, and secondly, what about the future? What has been achieved is remarkable. I remember a time when the slightest rule was dressed up differently from country to country. This disparity, which prevailed until 2012, has given way to a remarkable harmonization of market rules at the European level. And we must pay tribute to those who have led ESMA from the outset for the work they have accomplished. Some consider this achievement of a single rule book to be of little importance. How wrong they are. Without identical rules for everyone, there can be no single market. So you have learned, my dear friends, to work together. I've always believed that sharing points of view in a decision-oriented format was an improvement on the jungle state that characterized market rules until the creation of ESMA. These two assets, the common rule book and a collective work, must, of course, be maintained and even enhanced. Now, what about the future? That's what you're legitimately waiting for, and I'm going to answer two questions that come up again and again. First question, do we need a European SEC? My answer is obviously yes, but I'd be wary of proposing the creation of a new body at a time when ESMA, which has an unblemished track record, is playing and will play the role of the European SEC. The ESMA has demonstrated its ability to absorb the new responsibilities entrusted to it over the years, as demonstrated, for instance, by the direct supervision of rating agencies. As we know, ESMA's responsibilities have also expanded to include the supervision of trade repositories, securitization repositories, and data communication service providers. ESMA also administers Euribor. This question of a European SEC must not be presented as all or nothing. It will be a gradual fruit of our common will. From a regulatory point of view, it would seem logical to me to have on the ESMA board the heads of the national regulatory authorities, i.e. the treasuries, and not only the market authorities. I believe that the quality and speed of your work would be enhanced by having around the table national regulators who are more likely to reach agreements than delegated authorities who lack the democratic power to bind the national regulators. This reform that I have in my mind since the very beginning of ESMA, combined with the no-action letter, would seem to greatly simplify what is currently often a source of difficulties. Of course, I'll be told that the British, who make up Europe's largest capital market, are no longer part of ESMA. No matter. The British will have to be given a place in ESMA. I always thought of that. So they can play an integral part in the European effort to improve the rules of the European capital market. This is a view of the future. Letting the Brits share ESMA, isn't that an illusion? Not at all. It is a sense of reality. And I'm absolutely sure that one day we will reach that point. Now, in terms of supervision, two advances could be advocated. Direct supervision by ESMA of cross-border market infrastructure, insofar as they also impact financial stability, like clearing houses, international central securities depositories, as well as investment platforms in crypto assets which benefit from a new European regulatory regime. So that's for the future. The European SEC, you've got it at hand. It's not yet there, but it's not far away. And with some will, we'll get there. Now, the second question for the future is, how can ESMA contribute to the development of capital markets, which is a vast undertaking which has made, to be true, little progress to date? The strengthening of European supervision is highlighted in numerous reports as a key point of capital market union. Certainly, ESMA has an important role to play in ensuring greater integration and efficiency of capital markets and investor protection. But in my view, it can only play an indirect role in the development of these capital markets because they require the implementation of efficient investment vehicles and effective investment incentives which are not in the hands of ESMA. On the other hand, we mustn't hide simple realities regarding the capital market union under complicated pretexts, The simple realities are the following. To have a living capital market, you need capitalists. And you have to have projects in order to nourish the movement. You need a certain appetite for risk, which should be rewarded at least as much as in the United States of America, not less. Today it's 150 basis points less. And forget about capital market. Money is going to flee, but not remain in Europe. You need competitive European market players of a sufficient size. And you need, as was said this morning by Monsieur Boujna, amongst others, we need pension funds capable of draining European savings into corporate equity. The paradox today is that interest rates are, let's say, 150 basis points lower than the American rates, and that explains the annual flight of European capital to the dollar zone, which is in the order of 300 billion a year. Now, ESMA does not hold the key to this essential problem. But the problem is there. All this, all that I am saying, is based on confidence, because without mutual trust, it's very difficult to conceive action. Today, there is no economic convergence, at least between the two major countries that are Germany and France. There is no trust. There is no economic convergence. There's only divergence. And therefore, there is no trust, and therefore, there is no action. So, this is my final thought. Dreams are not forbidden. And my dream, if you're interested, I would like to share it with you. My dream is to imagine that one day ESMA will be able to combine its regulatory powers with direct supervision of European market players, which would, of course, involve a transfer of powers to the European level, as it has been done for the banks under the aegis of the ECB. And in my dream, national authorities would simply apply the decisions of the European authority. Now, this is very far away. I don't say it's going to happen, but it's part of my dream, which I wanted to share with you all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for that we'll switch this mic. Thank you so much for that very interesting speech, which I think we all enjoyed very much. I'm delighted to welcome our next panel to the stage, which will be the third panel today, and the others set quite a high standard. So first, the moderator for that panel, Everett van Walsum, Head of Investor Protection and Sustainable Finance for ESMA. And he will introduce the rest of his panel, and I appear to have stolen his microphone, so I shall return it to him.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. can I invite the other panel members to join me? So, good afternoon, everyone. I think the first joke around is indeed this is a very Belgian panel, which is very good.
If you think that Belgian people can be helpful for Belgium compromise, especially the day after that we have a new government after 6 months, fine for that.
It sounds like a resounding success, so that may be very useful for the SIU to begin with. So I'm completely hopeful about that this panel will solve the topic of retail investor participation into capital markets. And given the caliber of the various panel members, I'm sure that 1 hour will not be enough, but we'll still clearly try. So the setup of this panel is to have 2 rounds. And after having done a short Slido to ask you 2 particular questions. But what I would first like to do is, I've just mentioned that the caliber of the panel members, but they hardly need any introduction, I would say, but I'll still do it very shortly. To begin with Jean-Paul Servet, who's chair of IOSCO, but also chair of the Belgian FSMA, so double hats, quite relevant. Then going on to Karol Lano, who's the CEO of the Center of European Policy Studies. Then Alexandra Majinska, who is the managing director of Better Finance. And then Tanguy van der Werve, who is the director general of EFAMA. And Tanguy learned that he had to join the panel 10 minutes ago. So we had a quick prep round. But unfortunately, Sandro Pieri could not be able to make it during this panel. Again, to set the scene, I would first like to do 2 Slidos. So with your help, I can get out of the way a very pertinent, though basic question. So I'm not sure whether we can get the Slidos out. Yes, we can. So the first Slido is about do you invest, and it could be either directly in markets or indirectly via financial products. And now you should, I'm aware that you're not your typical retail investor because you're all very familiar with what's going on. But pretend that you're a retail investor.
Yeah, I'm not allowed because of the ESMA rules.
Yes, I know. That's the reason, the audience can still do this. So let me see. Oh, yes. So capital market participation is quite relevant here. 87%. If those were the numbers for everyone, then we would have solved the problem already. So then can we get to a more difficult one? Because you've, with 80%, you've been able to find participation in capital markets. It would be very useful to understand and now put yourself into the place of a typical retail investor. What are the impediments and challenges that you might see, and the various items that you can tick? Let me quickly see where this is heading. So, too much information to digest. Seems a front runner. Cost unclear and incomplete. Number 2. And high impact, of course. So, cost unknown, and if they were known, they were high impactful. Right, I think we get a picture as a panel, and maybe we can close the Slido and take it from there. I think, first of all, I would like to, in the first round, to set the scene, to make sure next to this outcome what we're talking about. And I think retail investors can play this very important role in general. So the question is, how do you bring those savings to investments? I think that's the main question. So what are the impediments? What are the solutions there? But first, to set the scene, can I turn to you, Karel, to give a bit of an overview of the current status, what your view is on the current status of retail investing in Europe? I think you brought a little slide to show this.
Yes, thanks, Evert. Of course, there's a lot to say about this theme. And it's been a theme which has been discussed in a long time, so thank you for inviting me and to share my thoughts about this. For me, it is a priority to bring more focus on fund markets and to make them work better. We saw it in the previous questions already. So if you ask me, let's say the priorities for this new commission should not be securitization. This is an issue for the banks, as was said this morning. The priority should be, for me, to integrate fund markets, to reduce the costs, and to increase the returns. And this is the only way, if we really want to bring European investors or European savers to invest in the markets and to reach at least a part of this 800 billion which we need to invest, as was said in the Draghi report, to do it in the private sector. And today, certainly in Europe, the costs are much too high. If you already only see on this, thank you. If you already only see on this slide, and I took it from, you will recognize the colors, those who are from the market sector, they will recognize which colors they are, already how far we are behind some other players. Let's say how little European households invest in the markets. There's very easy statistics which we already compared 10 or 15 years ago at SEPS and our think tank. A person which started to do this is now working in the European Commission and Divisive. We have double the amount, as you look at the balance sheet of a household, double the amount of a household is in savings as in the United States. But the United States has, of course, much more in investable products. But you see it here, let's say we have very little in savings and market instruments. That's how it's defined. And there you see the countries which were already mentioned this morning, where you have it much more. It's, of course, those countries which have pension systems. And that is, in fact, the perspective which you have in Europe. Say we are probably at 1/3 of what you see in the United States, but you'll also be below Japan. We'll also be below the UK, but we're ahead of China. But China is a communist economy. So what we need to do, the next slide, please. Let's say in Europe, I think a very important thing is to work on costs and integration of our markets. What we see today, one of the reasons, for me, according to the key reasons why people are not sufficiently invested in market instruments, is I think that the costs are far too high to do it, or there is insufficient transparency, or people do not sufficiently know, there is far too much choice. We need to consolidate the markets which we have. So we need to be aware, let's say, what is the perspective in Europe. If you look at, for example, the data from the ECB, price competition in European financial markets is declining. Price convergence is declining, and price divergence is increasing, which is one of the problems, meaning financial integration is declining, and the cost for financial products across European member states is increasing. And that's why we need to work urgently on integrating fund markets and make them much more attractive to invest. If you see it here again, let's say market savings per instrument, again from the same source, say you see Europe as compared to the United States, day and night. We have far too little in funds, far too little in pension and insurance. So overall, say far too little, which also means if you, for example, follow the ESMA data, if you are invested in fund instruments, just private, but if you're invested first of all in your bank account, you will lose money. If you're invested in Europe in fund instrument, probably you have after a certain period of time, you have a return of 2 or 3% because the costs are too high. So households see this. So what do? They keep their money on on the bank because they say, look, there is no reason for me to go into the markets and to invest in such things. But also one of the key problems which we have in Europe is there is far too much diversity, and that's I wanted to show on the next slide. If you look, for example, in Europe, the number of funds which we have in the left corner on the top, let's say we have an average size of a fund is far too small. In Europe, it's about 400 million. In the United States, it's 3 billion. But also the average cost, you see that next to it, let's say, is also, probably half. The cost which I took there is from one source. Of course, you need to have the data on the United States. which I don't have from ESMA, but if I were to show the ESMA statistics, Verena, which have been collected since quite some time by ESMA, they're even higher. If you look at, for example, an average cost of a UCITS equity fund, it's 2%. A UCITS bond funds, it's 1.4%. Compare this to the data which you have there for the United States. But what we see even more, and that is probably what was also explained this morning, the tragedy of the current situation is that over the last years, this is, if you compare the period 2012 to 10 years later, 2023, there has been a massive flight into US assets. And that's where our whole debate about strategic autonomy, but also the whole debate about the geopolitics comes into play. Apparently, the US market has become much more attractive. And whereas in 2012, I mean, it was more or less, I mean, equally divided. Now, let's say, you see this enormous surge into equity usage, and above all, I mean, into equity ETFs, and also index usage, let's say, towards the United States. And of course, if you then know that these index funds follow the MSCI of certain index, or share in an MSCI index has declined, I think, over the last 20 years from about 45% to around 20%, you know these. If they follow index funds, these are massively invested in the United States. So what I would propose, let's say that if there is really a concerted action, first of all, to consolidate funds, to increase the performance, to reduce the costs, I'm sure there could be easily a doubling of what Europeans invest in funds, and we could create a win-win situation. Of course, I know the asset managers are thinking about my bottom line, let's say, and what are my returns, but we need to think about a strategy to reduce the number of funds in Europe. If we have only usage funds, of course I don't speak about alternative funds, structured products, etc. We have 35,000 funds in Europe. Everybody sees right away this is far too much. Funds are far too much developed in Europe as a marketing product by the banking sector, held by the asset managers. They are not developed as a long-term savings product for the households. And if you see this also in the element I mentioned, let's say that we don't have enough, according to the ECB data, price convergence, that it is extremely important, let's say that in the context of the retail investment strategy, which is being discussed in Brussels, that there is much more transparency in the cost of funds. Because you can only have price competition, and an essential element of a single market, if you have transparency in prices. And that's what I found it so much of a pity that in Brussels today the debate is, no, we want to keep financial advice included in the cost. I mean, this is just, I mean, I don't say it should be forbidden. I simply say it should be transparent for a consumer what you pay. And in this sense, I think a consumer will know what they can invest in. So that is, I think, the thing I wanted to say, but don't forget, costs today are an important impediment. For example, ESMA, in its latest report, I found this data only yesterday when I was traveling here. For example, over 10 years, on a product which costs you 10,000 euros, you have paid 1,900 euros over a 10-year period. I mean, consumers are not stupid. They know what they pay.
Thanks, Karel, for that. Even applause. Very good. So thanks for that very powerful presentation. Number one, yes. Number one today. There are many more to follow, I assume. Thanks for the very powerful, and again, this is data, this is facts, so it's good to see. I'm sure this will provoke various reactions, and likely also from my direct neighbor. But first, I want to go to Alexandra, because you represent investors and retail investors in general, and users of financial services. So what's your take on what Karel has just given us, given the state of retail investing and possible impediments and solutions that may be out there?
But I agree with everything what Karel said, so we can go to the next speaker. No, I'm joking. First of all, thank you very much for inviting the representative of retail investors to the debate. As you could see from the slides, and also as we could hear in the previous debates, EU savers, with a few exceptions, and I will come back to the exceptions later, invest very little in shares, stocks, and also even in funds. In fact, we talk quite a lot about funds, and of course it's ESMA conference, but let's not forget, investing in funds makes just 9% of the total EU households' investments and savings. So the obstacles, when you look at them, they don't seem very irrational, as Karel said, investors are not stupid, and they're very cautious when it comes to the trillions of euros on which they are sitting when it comes to their savings in the bank accounts. So one of the very often quoted obstacle to investments is actually investors themselves because of the very low financial literacy. And this is to a certain extent also true, and in fact retail investors also in the studies and surveys that Better Finance members carry out do admit and do acknowledge that their financial literacy is low and they would prefer to have it higher. The question is, where does it come from? Better Finance already for decades has been saying that financial education for adults should be happening at the point of sale. It is not happening today because of the biased advice, because of the characteristic of the current distribution system of retail investment products. So you cannot, as retail investor, really buy shares and bonds and ETFs because you cannot buy what is not on the shelf. When you go to the advisor, this is not recommended or sold to you. So rather, you're going to invest in very complex products. Many of them do have guaranteed but low returns, high cost. You know, why should you invest in them? The result is really endemic underperformance of the financial products in the EU. So please have a look at the findings of the Finance annual research on the real returns of long-term and pension savings to have more details. High cost, Carol mentioned it. In fact, ESMA noted there is a marginal decline in the UCITS fund cost, but this really remains high compared to global standards. We discuss right now quite often the EU competitiveness, the competitiveness of the EU economy. We should also discuss the competitiveness of the EU financial sector. So the cost is and should be a really important factor for retail investors to consider when they invest, and it is a top factor when the US investors consider when they invest. Still, ESMA study, one of the most concerning findings from ESMA is the very big underperformance on non-equity ETF funds. They deliver only 8% over the last 5 years to 2023. ESMA also confirmed the superior performance of index-based ETFs, so 21 to 8% when it comes to actively managed funds. But as I said again, many of EU investors do not invest in funds. So how to improve the outcomes? And I would invite everybody also to have a look at Better Finance Manifesto. We have many ideas really explained there. But first of all, I would really say when measures targeting and supposed to encourage investors are discussed on the national level, please consult individual investors. Almost in every member state there is association representing retail investors. Please consult them. Just last week in Warsaw we had also a capital markets forum, and it was really good to see that the task force on the CMU was taking into account the views of retail investors there. Also, just 2 weeks ago we had a discussion in Brussels about gold plating. Retail investor protection is one of the most quoted reasons for gold plating. Better Finance, however, was able to find just 2 examples where you have gold plating measures that actually improved retail investors' situation. So please consult us. Rethink the current distribution model and the conflicts of interest. Financial education for adults, again, should be happening at the point of sale. They should be learning about risk versus return, about portfolio diversification, about investing in concept of portfolios. It is not happening for now. Facilitate also access to simple and cost-efficient investment products. This could be pan-European, this could be PEP. Again, Better Finance has some ideas how to fix PEP, how to increase the uptake of PEP. This still has potential. And also to simple tools. In some member states, I mentioned the exceptions at the beginning, it is working and people are investing. So maybe we also should have a closer look, why is it working and how is it working? And the first example would be, of course, Sweden and the investment saving account. It is easy and simple and people do invest. Then comparable, reliable information. One of the answers from the slide was too much information to digest, and I would agree with that. And I hope that some of the respondents referred to, for example, the pseudo-scientific information on the future performance scenarios in the kit. We have a key information document here in the EU for consumers. This document does not include information that is really crucial for investors. Past performance alongside that of the benchmark and really comparable total cost. This is not available for the time being. Enable comparisons, again, see how Norway does it with the Finansportalen, enable people to compare products. Rethink tax incentives. So really use tax incentives to incentivize people to invest long term. Last week in Warsaw, there was also a good discussion about that. Maybe, for example, rethink if for a long-term investment, the capital gains tax could be reduced, or maybe even you could exempt them. Look also at the tax rates. In Poland, you have 19% rate on capital gains tax versus 8.5% on rental tax. There is also, and I also encourage everybody to have a look at our manifesto when we have a graph with concrete data on the really severe misallocations of savings in the EU. And also have a look at the misallocation and the fixed income bias in the institutional investors. Look at their balance sheets, because quite often people say that it's retail investors and individual investors that are very risk averse. Sometimes it's actually institutional investors that don't invest enough in equity, with the very poor results for the pension savers and retail investors. And we have also discussed and touched upon investing in the EU. I think it's a very good idea, and I think most of the Europeans would really like to invest in the EU economy because we live here and we would like to see EU economy grow. So let us do it, but let us also offer some tools that would enable us to do it. Again, we mentioned, and we have already discussed with some of the stakeholders, the idea to have a total EU stock fund that would really allow EU investors to invest and really diversify in mid and small caps across EU member states. And I think it's really worth discussing this tool and enabling people to invest here if you want them to invest here.
I'm going to invest immediately. So, but thanks, Alexandra, for that very comprehensive overview of all the elements that are relevant in this case. I have two other panel members who are very eager also to react, obviously, but I would first like to go to Tanguy. Because funds and asset management were mentioned multiple times in the context of cost, the role that they can play, and disclosures in general. So the floor is yours, Tanguy.
Thank you, Everett. And again, apologies on behalf of Sandro Pieri. He was here actually this morning, and then he had to leave for very urgent reasons. So his apologies. Allow me to comment on some of the point made by Karel. I think when it comes to consolidation, first, we do see consolidation happening among asset managers, so this is very much happening. You know, I'm losing many members actually because of these M&As. If we look at the number of funds, it's true, high number of funds in the EU. I'm not so sure that comparing the EU with the US is super helpful. First, if we just look at equity funds, you know, we are not saying 35,000 versus 7,000. If we look at equity funds, we have 5,300 and plus mutual funds in the US and around 10,000 equity UCITS. So it's a ratio of 2 to 1 if you look at equity funds and you compare US with the EU. So it's not that bad as a ratio. Also, I know that UCITS, you know, we export a lot of UCITS to third countries. You know, it's not only a pure EU product. So lots of UCITS are distributed internationally, not so for mutual funds. Also, and I think the recent report of ESMA was mentioned a couple of times by Alexandra and Karel. I think that, you know, again, if we compare the US and the EU in terms of costs, we need to compare like with like. And actually, we are going to put out a statement in the coming days, Verena, on that. I think that, you know, some of the data used in this report when it comes to comparing with the US does not take into account the fact that distribution costs are usually taken into account when it comes to UCITS and less so for some of these US mutual funds. So, you know, we need to be very careful when we start comparing the EU with the US or when we start using EU average. An EU average does not exist. We are not EU average citizens. You are a Dutch guy, I'm a Belgian guy, and so on. So and Karel is Flemish, I'm French speaking. So EU average do not exist, 1. 2, on costs, I think that difficult to disagree with the point made by Karel, we need full transparency. I think a lot needs to be done there, not only for mutual funds, by the way, also for some insurance products, because we keep talking about ESMA, but we should also keep talking about EIOPA and some of the very high costs of tax incentivized insurance products. Transparency is important. Costs have decreased by 5% between 2019 to 2023, despite cumulated inflation of 4.9%. So I think there is a decrease. Is it enough? I don't know. I mean, but it is decreasing. The point that we keep making is when it comes to cost, we need to differentiate the cost of the asset management and the cost of the rest of the value chain. We need to distinguish the cost of managing the assets and the cost of distribution and advice. And frankly, we can talk about the cost of advice and the quality of advice. And I think Better Finance keeps reminding us of all those points. And I think this is a legitimate debate to have. But we believe we need to make a difference between the cost of managing the assets and the rest of the value chain. The main point I would like to make is, it's not even me talking or being paid by a pharma, but I'm convinced 200% that cost is not the main driver. Cost has a very big impact on performance. That's clear. But the main reason why most of our citizens in the EU are not invested in capital markets has nothing to do with cost. It's about risk aversion. They don't know. They find it too complex. They don't have money to save. They prefer investing in real estate. It has very, very little to do with costs. Cost has to do with performance. And by the way, performance, it's not always alpha generation. It can be also income generation. It can be meeting ESG objectives of the end investor. So on that point, I disagree. And I think, frankly, that's why I believe, and actually when I talk to people in the Commission, they come to the same conclusion. The retail investment strategy will do absolutely nothing to increase retail participation because of this focus on costs. I'm not saying that we cannot talk about costs. I'm just saying this will not convince my brother, who is an officer in the Belgian army, who never invested in capital markets. If I tell him, you know, the usage cost will decrease by 5 basis points, oh, right, now I will start investing. He doesn't have a clue. My mother, age 84, doesn't have a clue. It has nothing to do with costs. So it's not the main driver, but it doesn't mean that what is the main driver to me? If we really want to make a difference and activate all those savings in bank accounts, we need to talk about pensions. It should not be a taboo. It's all about pensions. There is a pension crisis, not only in France, in many of our countries. It cannot be a taboo. So we need to talk about the second pillar, the third pillar, auto-enrollment, pension trackers. We need to raise awareness of the pension crisis and the fact that we will have people in our streets maybe 5, 10, or 15 years from now. And so I think that we also need to make sure that we have tax incentives. And where I will probably, where Alexandra, I think, will agree with me, is we need tax incentives, and we need to make sure that those tax incentivized products, which are absolutely key, if we really want to promote long-term savings by retail investors, we need to make sure that the tax incentivized products are cost efficient. And it's not the case, and I think Jean-Paul, we were talking together this morning, a country we know well, you know, is a good case in point. I think we need to make sure that there are tax incentives, but those few tax incentivized products are cost efficient.
Very clear, Tanguy, very powerful. Moving to Jean-Paul. Jean-Paul, you're chair of IOSCO and chair of the FSMA, who's a front runner specifically in retail investor protection. What are your views from a regulatory and supervisory perspective?
Well, thanks for giving me the floor, Everett, and allow me first of all to thank you, Verena, for having me on board. I would say I think that's important that financial supervisor COPs are on the stage in order to give our comment about what we are doing and about, I would say, what we could do. And I see many colleagues and friends from the ESMA ecosystem under the coordination chairmanship of Verena, so it means that it works, I would say. The family exists, and we are working very well, I would say, together, it has to be said. It's also very courageous from you and from Verena to invite me, because it's my last mandate as chair of the Belgium NC after 20 years. It's time to retire. So I think that my objective is to fight against many fake news. because there are many fake news. We are losing a little bit of time in the current debate, and I told that the European Commission, the co-legislator, and to my colleagues, and I would like to discuss about what we need to do in order to take into account this excellent report published by Mr. Letta. I was very happy to see him on the stage, and also by Mario Draghi. I think that it's important to stress that, because every day in my life I see news which are not necessarily the most important. So for this, in order to avoid any fake news, statistics can be very important. Fact-finding approach. And I was very happy, and I told you that Carol, doesn't mean that Carol and myself always agree, it's about democracy, but the statistics explained by Carol are excellent. I was a little bit surprised to see Belgium ranked number 4 in the proportion, the percentage of savings versus GDP after, of course, I would say Sweden, Denmark, and Netherlands. There is a distance between us and the Netherlands, but it means for me that if you want to understand when it works, I would say, a retail investor, and I think that I may say about Belgium, it's a small country, that's not a giant market, of course, but it's a very open economy. You have the choice between all kinds of financial products, I would say. And if we want to be successful, let us be clear, we need proportionate regulation, but we need also, most of the time, easy to understand product, I would say. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, so that's no, with my capacity, as you see, not IOS co-chair, that's for the second question, see the element of language, but the first, my capacity as FSME chair. If we want to be successful, please don't think that retail investor, please don't think that startup coming from excellent project launched by university will jump to another continent for that. They need proximity. They need to be close to the market. Okay? That's very important. Let us be clear. Of course, at the same time, we need to be very strong about supervisory convergence, and we have to say we need to improve what we are doing at ESMA level, because we have the tools for that. But about the proximity, I would say, the reason why in some countries it's successful, it's because I think that the trading venues are not far. And I will tell you something amazing, is that the dream of some people, even in this room, already existed 20 years ago. And this dream was a nightmare for me. Okay? The dream of having one trading venue at EU level, supervised by one centralized supervisor. It exists. The name of this group, NASDAQ. But nothing to do with NASDAQ, which is an excellent group in the Nordics and the US. NASDAQ Europe, the former ISDAQ. My first decision, ladies and gentlemen, when I was appointed as vice chair at Belgium level, was with one of the original and very clever co-founder of Euronext, with Jean-François Théodore and Georges Meuler, Olivier Lefebvre, was to close ISDAQ Europe and to ensure the transfer of all the listed company of this NASDAQ trading venue to Euronext. Of course, bubble internet, of course, market-making model. But for me, the most important problem with this business model, all kind of SMEs, all kind of joint venture startup had to go to Brussels to use one rule book without having no capacity to have access point at national level. And that's the reason why, and I could say that, of course, about NASDAQ, about other cross-border trading venue. Of course, that was the case with Euronext. One global, I would say, rule book, and I would say access point at national level. Because if you think that, I would say, all kind of SMEs, joint venture stuff, would move to another place with a centralized rule book for everything, it doesn't work, let us begin. We now have a college of supervisors with 7 jurisdictions, and it works. We have binding rules. deadline for approving the room. Do we think that it's the perfect model? No, we are improving every day, and we're improving even recently. Do we think that ESMA doesn't have to be on board? Of course. We will be very happy to welcome ESMA. ESMA must be there in some capacity, and we will expand the college for all kind of market infrastructure with a large size and a very systemic cross-border. The same for some asset manager, let us be clear. The question is not if we want to fight with Verena, it's just who is the best placed for that. Let us be the best place for that. We will come back on this issue about digital asset. Does it mean that there is nothing to do? No, of course. Let us start with you, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you are working for banks, okay? Some statistic about the Belgian markets. We have an ecosystem for pharmaceutical company, life science company. What are the fees for underwriting of the banks? How much? Can we use centimeter? No. I will tell you. So we can speak about other things than UCIT, which is, I think, frankly speaking, cost is also an issue. You are right for that, for UCIT. How much? 5%. 5%. 5%. How much for the Belgium Godzilla, for the FSMA? Well, you divide that by 100 and even 1,000, the supervisory fees. That's a fake news. That has to be stopped, I would say. So if we want to think about possible more EPA, it's about cost, ladies and gentlemen. It's about underwriting fees. It's about too long prospectus with pages and pages of disclaimer for all kind of lawyer and banks. I hate. I had to approve in my life 1,000 pages. But I was very happy to show to Schoenberg recently, this is my homework, 200 pages. Even we don't need listing act with the capping of 300 pages. But at the same time, of course, we need to think about reform. Because if we don't do that, I presume that everybody was surprised by this cover that everybody is reading every weekend, the revolt against regulation. Solution that I share with François Villeroy, the well-known governor of the Central Bank of France. If we want to avoid deregulation, we need to simplify, but it won't be easy. Okay, here's some proposal. We drop, rightly, the requirement of having a prospectus for capital increase. Excellent. My proposal, drop also that for plain vanilla bonds. Okay? For sure. Okay. We need to think about, I would say, EU funds. But don't be candid. In Belgium, in the tax deduction, you can deduct third pillar. 1,200,000 people are doing that on a total population of 1 million. It already exists. But not for 100% investing in EU funds, just 70%. Why not 100%? There is a fiscal advantage. We don't have to be candid. Outside Europe, it's also the case. It's not the best system, but it's about economics. We know that some companies outside the EU, especially, and what you are told is right, are more competitive. So fiscal advantage, even I don't like, why not? Why not? There are many other proposals that we can do, and that's what we are doing at Belgium level and without any political legitimacy. But let us be clear. We are richer than we expect about supervisory convergence. We did excellent job in the analysis of the Y card, and the guy who was conducting the approach is there, and he's very modest. It's you, Evert. Huh? He was in charge. Excellent job. Excellent job. But the only one. Why we didn't have other peer review about enforcement? Why? Why? You know that you are not aware, but I will tell you something. I use your report, and I required from my staff in Belgium to check if there were also some problem with the FSMA. After that, it was not the case. So we need to repeat that. We need to repeat, I would say. Even if there are different interpretations, I don't have any problem, and we can do that. That ESMA could say, look, there is one interpretation, and then we open breach of EU law. Why not? It's absolutely possible. We don't need level one. And I've been told that the Commissioner would like also to insist on that. And she's right, Commissioner Albuquerque, to say, look, we are richer than we expect. And even if some NCA don't take into account, I would say, the output of peer review, fine for me that ESMA could take the lead of to give a Senate opinion for some licenses. So there is homework for everybody, for the supervisor, for the market, the stock exchange, and from, I would say, appropriate aspect and proportionate aspect of reform that we need in the draft we're supportive.
Thank you, Jean-Paul. Talking about homework, I will now do my homework to bring us to the next topic. And it has to do with the fact that we're not only looking to retail investor and the impediments that are for retail investors now, because clearly there's a next generation waiting behind the door. And this next generation is important because what I learned this morning is that they know more about crypto assets than anything else. So in that sense, it would be useful to spend the last 80 minutes on to see what digitalization can bring and how to attract actually the new generation of retail investors for the future. We know what the impediments are now after the first round regarding the current set of retail investors, what to do with the next generation, and what does crypto assets actually play in this, and AI as well. Karel, you set the scene last time around. Can I ask you to do this again? Thank you.
Yes, and let me start to react, let's say, on what was said, that there is a risk averseness. I mean, if you see what's happening in the crypto world, certainly in cycles, I don't think there is risk averseness. Certainly even before crypto crashed, for example, a country like Spain had 500,000 crypto accounts. 500,000 is enormous for a country like Spain. I mean, I don't know how it has evolved over the last years now, but anyway, we know have in Europe MiCA. But let me remind you of another thing. I mean, an anecdote, let's say, when I once spoke in the UK for State Street, I think in 2016, just before or after Brexit, the CEO from State Street came in. Well, for me, Brexit is not important for the asset management industry. Digitalization is much more important. Digitalization will have much more profound effect on the asset management industry than Brexit. And it just, that made me thinking also when I prepared this, and you can put up, I just prepared one slide because it may help you. We have also published a paper on the subject early last year, which was done by a colleague, Apostolos Tomadakis, together with Marie Brière, who works for Amundi. So she comes from the asset management industry. Let's say what we found out, let's say what the impact is of digitalization is that, of course, and we see this in the United States, you may have seen what was in the news yesterday. Vanguard said that its funds, sorry, I come back to costs. The cost for a fund will be the total expense ratio 0.1% in the United States. So you see it. I mean, and these US investment managers have massively invested in technology. You see it. There is much lower cost, also much more interest to invest, which we heard also this morning. People can invest in a crypto account extremely rapidly. By the way, there is European regulation. We don't need to think there is no European regulation. There is the European MiCA. There's also much higher interest to invest in risky accounts, but also there is much more volatility because people do it on their iPhone and follow every day and go in and out, and let's say so they may invest more in equity. So for us, for Europe overall, it's a good development that we have it. It may be also more short term. Let's say, as I said, let's say they may do it for 6 months, for 3 months, for 9 months, or even for longer term. But so overall, robot advice is seen to be beneficial for portfolio allocation. It's better for portfolio allocation because people are helped in their allocation, as we heard also in the previous panel. It's difficult to make an investment decision. If you have robot advice, you can do it. But of course, again, as we also heard from Adina from Nasdaq this morning, it is important to follow European rules. There are no rules in the United States on the use of AI. There are rules in Europe for the use of AI. We have the AI Act, so that needs to be followed. But what is also, of course, important is, let's say, to think about financial literacy. People need to be aware about what they're doing. And again, we need to apply the regulatory framework which we have, which is, and its core, the elements which I mentioned there, which you know, apply the MiFID rules, apply the MiCA rules, apply FIDA, which is still under negotiation, and also, I mean, which I personally find also an important development, DORA, that there have rules on operational resilience of systems which are used by these managers. But again, let's say, which brings me back to a first point, let's say, which I wanted to say, and also I'm a bit afraid that the Commission will be moving on again, let's say, with all these developments to propose new regulations. I think it's extremely important because the last 5 years we have enacted so many rules, certainly in the domain of digital, that we make sure that the things which we have are applied before speaking about new rules. I stop there. Thanks, Evert.
Thanks, Karel. And indeed, it seems like digitalization can bring benefits, but also some risks. And maybe, Alexandra, I can turn to you. for a view what you have on that balance that needs to be struck and how indeed to engage those retail investors.
Yes, well, definitely the digitalization can bring a lot of opportunities, and in fact it does. There are already some studies and research on the next generation of investors, how they behave, in what they invest, how do they invest, and in fact they use digital tools. They invest also more risky. The question is whether they do really understand risk, and I think also more behavioral insights would be really appreciated, and more behavioral research into the behavior of retail investors, and especially the next generation, would be useful, because it's not entirely clear if and how they understand the risk, if they understand the magnitude and probability, so the two dimensions of risk. If they understand also, especially the next generation, that when they are investing, their main focus should be really also the retirement. And when they look at the risk of the product, that should be also quite aligned with how EIOPA does see it, and to see the investment product through the risk of whether or not it's going to be helping them to achieve pension adequacy. And I think not many still understand that when they are investing. Financial literacy is really crucial. Many retail investors do admit themselves that they would need more of it, so really foundational financial education. For the next generation, it would be extremely important to have really good financial and capital markets education in schools. Still not available, I think, in all member states. The innovative platforms are very convenient. They're much easier to use. Many young investors do use them. There are mixed risks connected to them. We will be also, as Better Finance, publishing soon findings of our research of neo-brokers platforms. So prepare also for that. We would still think, and we've published recently a paper on the financial health and wealth, and we think that both for the next generation as well for the current generations of investors, the mix is really important. So the mix of financial education, personalized advice, and digital tools. This will be incredibly important. And in terms of financial education, we still need to remember that many of EU citizens really don't have the very minimum financial education. And last year's survey of the Warsaw Stock Exchange on the level of financial literacy of the Polish society revealed that 70% of respondents did not know what shares are, 62% what bonds are. So when we talk about really investing in capital markets, we also need to make sure that EU citizens, retail investors, also the next generation of investors, have access really to good independent advice, but also really to good independent financial education.
Thanks, Alessandra. Those are pretty shocking numbers, actually. So a lot of work needs to be done, for sure. Tanguy, this next generation seems like an interesting opportunity for the industry to take on board. So what are the trends that you see, and what are the opportunities that the industry may provide for that next generation?
No, thank you. I think I would come back to the point I made earlier on pensions. I think this young generation will probably be, contrary to us looking at the average age of the audience here, this young generation will be the one suffering from having almost peanuts from their state pension. So I think that we need to raise awareness. We need to ensure that they start saving for their retirement very early in their career. I think it was mentioned earlier today. So that's the opportunity for the asset management industry. I think that we can grow the pie, right? And I think, and because there is this kind of societal need to really grow pension assets for the benefits of EU citizens and the EU economy, one. Two, I think I fully agree with the point on digitalization. We need to kind of harness the potential of digitalization. This can also be used for financial education, for improving the customer journey, for layering the information, the pre-contractual information that is required to be disclosed by the distributor. So I think there is a lot of potential there. I think what we also need to do is to massively reduce the complexity. So it starts by fixing the risk. Look at MiFID questionnaire. Nobody understands a clue. It's not even read. It's off-putting. People prefer, staying in bank accounts because the onboarding process is far too complex. That's the main issue. It's pension and tax incentives, and then simplifying what we have put in place over the years, and while ensuring full transparency on cost and all of that. But I think This is the key point. We need to simplify. We need to make sure that there is financial literacy. But again, you know, the objective cannot be to turn EU citizens into financial analysts. So there is a need to simplify, and also there is a need to make sure that there is access to advice, whether it's independent, non-independent, cost efficient, it's another issue. So we need to fix the risks. The best interest test that we have for the moment in the council version, it's horrible. This will make it even more complex than today, and this needs to change. Complexity, tax incentives, and digitalization.
Fully clear. Then moving to Jean-Paul. Obviously, I will ask you about the regulatory supervisory perspective, but also clearly took note of the IOSCO roadmap to retail investor online protection, which is where the next generation actually largely can be found. So, Jean-Paul, what's your take on the next generation of investors?
Well, I will start with comment in my capacity as IOSCO chair, and then I will come back to the European agenda for the second part. First, as IOSCO chair, we have, I would say, a new approach, which is amazing for people knowing IOSCO, because IOSCO, it means 3 pillars in our mission statement: fair and transparent market, financial stability, and of course, investor protection. But it's also fair to say, when I start my journey with IOSCO 20 years ago, that the focus was about B2B, I would say, market infrastructure, wholesale. Some people had some doubts about the fact, do we need to be on the stage when we speak about retail investor? You know my passion for retail investor combined with financial literacy. I was one of them saying, no, we have to be there. I would say from this point of view, hopefully the digital agenda help, because we have cross-border risk and challenges with the use of crypto asset, and of course with a dialogue which didn't exist before. We thought broker because unsophisticated investor, the famous John and Mary industry that I like so much, as you know, and I would say very sophisticated manager of crypto asset service provider network. So we decided to launch a journey in 5 ways, and I have the pleasure to tell you that my excellent Irish colleague Derville is managing that. So it means, I would say, a membership organization like ESMA as well. I would say we have 5 ways, and with Derville we are working very hard. One of the objectives and the challenges that we have is that we have to communicate with people who do not look like you. You are forced to be here, no? You are representative of the industry, you are lobbyist, you have maybe compliance officer. But when you have to discuss about crypto asset service provider, most of the time, except in the EU rightly, I would say, they don't have a license, they don't have regulation, fast mover. So we need to be able to tell, look, be careful for that. And that's, I think, what we will be able to do with direct message to Finfluencer. Very useful, I say, because Finfluencer, for many young investors, they don't make the difference between them and a bank. So we have to explain what are the risks, what does it mean, segregation of asset, and so on. That's for the agenda of IOSCO, because I think, Ever, that when we speak about digital agenda, there is a clear link with product supervision. And if we want to promote, I would say, and to have people investing more in product able to finance the real economy, we need to think about the balance, I would say. For instance, I would say, I think, and it's maybe surprising coming from a financial cop, I would say, that there is too much information for some aspect. Kit and PRIPS, too much, even if you are right for some aspect. 5 pages. Do you really think that I like to supervise that? It's too much. I would say PEP. PEP is a disaster because of the interaction at level 1. We didn't lobby in order to have the pleasure to have 2,000 pages. So there is no market for that, for sure, I would say. Let us be clear about it. At the same time, it's not black or white. It's proportionate. Thanks to the Commission, I'm not telling that in order to be polite with the Commissioner, but frankly speaking, thanks for the people having draft, I would say, value for money. And POC, I can tell you, it's a new world for me. As supervisor in Belgium, member of ESMA, about the supervision of life insurance product, I would say. It has to be said. So it's an impression. Sustainability. My life every day, it's about sustainable finance, because as IOS co-chair, we endorse ISSB standards with interoperability with European standards. Excellent. Having the capacity to have 130,000 companies using the same language. It's already the case with 56% of the global GDP having switched to ISSB standards and European standards. But let us be clear. We have to think about, I would say, simplification if we want to avoid this. Okay? So I think that the scope is too large for sustainability. Belgium, small country of 5,000 SMEs. I am very happy to have, I would say, to be ranking #1 for the number of companies filing their account in Belgium, which is, I think, it's important for the trust of stakeholders, I would say, employees, investors, the banks, and so. But here we switch from NFRD 200 companies to 2,000. But don't throw, I would say, the baby with the water. I would say we need to have CSRD, but streamline. I would say narrow the scope, go back to the FND criteria. The same with assessment of double materiality. Indeed, the CEO of DHL, who's maybe still in the room, you are right. I try to avoid to be an ivory tower. I had a lot of contact with big firms. Even for the biggest company to have to assess 787 criteria for the man, it's too much. Maybe it could be useful, but the legitimacy is for the Commission, not for me, to reduce that and to say climate first. And then we reduce, we have interoperability with ESRS standards. And last but not least, MiCA, I would say, and crypto asset, very popular for different reasons, good or not, I would say. But my comment is always the same. Who is the best place? Is it ESMA? Is it NCA? NCA for sure, retail investor with, I would say, a global rule book for aspect related to some aspect of the market infrastructure for psychologists with ESMA on board. But MiCA, I think it's fair to say that the 5th directive AML was a missed opportunity. Crypto asset, it's a total outlier, I would say, about risk and opportunity. Not so many links with traditional aspect of the financial sector. So from day one, we knew, I would say, a very high level of risk and opportunities. No supervision. My reaction in this case, it's like for benchmark rating agency, if there are no legal entities everywhere, if we have to start from scratch the supervision of our risky cross-border ministers, that's the job of ESMA. Okay? And I'm the first one to support the idea that ESMA has to do it, because let us be clear, even with MiCA on board, level playing field doesn't exist. We have to be fair. It's not a critic. It's just because AML was maybe not the most robust. We thought that AML was the top priority. But for me, as IOS co-chair, when I see what happens in different jurisdictions, it's about things that you are required to do for 30 years if you're an asset manager. Segregation of asset, price discovery, I would say, how to avoid conflict of this. And therefore, we need to have that at, I would say, at the highest level, at European level. This is about my, I would say, imperialistic approach of supervision and the challenges relating to digital assets.
Thanks so much. And looking at the time, I think that concludes this really on the spot time-wise. Thanks so much for... Yes, totally. It's remarkable. Very good. Clearly, I want to thank Karel, Alexandra, Jean-Paul, and Tanguy for their excellent participation and valuable contribution. So, really an interesting topic, and clearly a lot of work still needs to be done. That's what I learned. In what direction? That remains to be seen. But that's, I think, now time for action to take that forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for a very lively and stimulating panel, and thank you especially for finishing on time. I'm now going to introduce our final speaker for the day, and I think she's probably the reason that there are still so many of you in the room, so we really appreciate her coming at this hour. We have the new European Commission's, now I'm going to get this right, the Commissioner for Financial Services and the Savings and Investment Union, Maria Luisa Albuquerque. She probably needs no introduction beyond that. I know we're all very much looking forward to what she has to say, so I'll invite her to join me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And I'd start by thanking ESMA for the opportunity to be here with you today. I hope you've all had the opportunity to engage with the speakers and among yourselves. And I do regret not being able to be here from the beginning, though it's good that I could still listen to this very last part. Regardless of me not being here, the themes that have been central to today's discussions are at the forefront of our work in the Commission. We find ourselves, again, at a decisive moment in the history of the Union. I am glad to see key figures here today, driving discussions, including colleagues from the European Parliament, Member States, and the industry. And every voice matters. And it's essential that we create a space for open dialogue and collective decision-making. The magnitude of the challenges requires us to act together. I realize that I have been given the difficult task of addressing people who've had a long day of productive discussions, and I am the one standing in the way of you enjoying some refreshments and networking. So I'll just dive into it. As we prepare to launch a new chapter in the development of European financial markets, I'd like to give you a glimpse of my vision for the coming years. You may be aware that my team has been working tirelessly to draft a comprehensive strategy for the Savings and Investments Union, and I will discuss this in more detail in the coming weeks. Today, I want to take a step back and discuss the underlying drivers of our ambition. I'll highlight the areas where we are being held back, and I will outline where we need to see progress. Most importantly, I will speak about where I see opportunities to improving our union for all citizens and all businesses. It's manifest that Europe has become less competitive, and our productivity gap is growing. The Letta and Draghi reports, landmark studies in their own right, documented the reality and highlighted the risks and the far-reaching consequences of this. Both of them focus on the need to regain our competitiveness. But competitiveness is not an end in itself. We don't regret losing competitiveness because it's a nice to have. This is not about remote policy concepts. We need competitiveness and growth because we need to cater for our citizens and businesses, and we want to maintain our economic and social models. Democracy, as we collectively built it, demands that we deliver on the expectations of European citizens. As we stand, Europeans don't make the most out of their savings. The reasons are multiple, from the level of financial literacy, just mentioned, to a risk-averse attitude, but also inefficiencies in the functioning of European capital markets. And this has significant knock-on effects. In particular, persisting fragmentation in capital markets makes it difficult, if not impossible, for savers to invest their money throughout Europe. As a result, we often see European savers looking to foreign markets that are deeper and more efficient for investment opportunities with satisfactory returns. With over 11 trillion euros in household savings in Europe on cash and deposits alone, there is significant opportunity for our capital markets to give savers attractive and well-remunerated alternative investment solutions. By better integrating our markets, opportunities would increase and savers would have more choice and more possibilities to grow their financial wealth. And I mean every European citizen. The fragmentation of our capital markets also holds back businesses, making it harder for them to grow and succeed. Due to fragmentation, capital pools don't grow enough, which makes them insufficient and more costly. The price discovery becomes highly inefficient. So the issue is not a lack of capital, but rather a lack of access to it. In particular, European companies with game-changing innovative capabilities need to have capital at their fingertips. But currently, that capital is out of reach because the connections between the savers and those in need of funds are simply not working. And that is one of the main reasons we see many of those innovative companies leaving Europe in search of better opportunities. And with them, they take their talent, innovation, and economic potential. But we can change that. Last summer, President von der Leyen announced the Savings and Investments Union, with investment becoming a cornerstone of this mandate, with a clear view to finance innovation and productivity in Europe. The Savings and Investments Union is an enabler for growth and competitiveness, and it can bring new opportunities for EU citizens to obtain higher returns on their savings, a new push to ensure the seamless flow of investment across our union, an efficient infrastructure linking them up, and an ecosystem built on efficiency. Our goal is to create a pathway for private savings to flow into European companies, fostering growth, prosperity, and returns for savers, while boosting the European economy. Better capitalized companies can innovate more, can grow, and can create better jobs with better salaries. The Savings and Investments Union is a way to reinforce competitiveness across all sectors. This means betting big on the EU and following through decisively. Let me focus on each of the 4 topics that I just mentioned. First, at the heart of our Savings and Investments Union will be our citizens and their economic well-being. We want to empower our citizens to put their money to work by giving them better and easier access to capital markets. We need to make households' wealth creation more accessible and cost-effective. By doing so, they can not only benefit from the Savings and Investments Union, but also drive its success. We aim to simplify the process of saving for significant life events, like buying a home, supporting their children's education or retirement. We will do this through dedicated work streams focused on retail investor issues and pensions, and we will be focusing notably on 2 key aspects: increasing financial literacy and making it easier and more affordable for citizens to invest. We want to ensure that investing is accessible to everyone without imposing high costs or low returns. On pensions, we will seek to address the main challenges we have faced in scaling up our pensions markets. This could involve looking at our rules on pension products, but also working with best practices in member states. Secondly, we will be working on structural barriers to our capital markets, especially on market fragmentation and barriers to true competition. Too often, European firms are unable to enjoy the scale and synergies of the single market. We still don't have a single market for financial services. And this is a competitive disadvantage for the EU. We are slowing our own progress. We have to be, and I intend to be, more outspoken in calling out these barriers. I am well aware that some sectors and some companies profit from this inefficiency. I would go as far as saying that we have seen a streak of protectionism and rent-seeking behavior. We have seen this in too many corners already. That frequently resulted in building barriers and stifling progress. And this is not new in Europe policymaking. We've seen it before. But the time for complacency is over. We have to tackle it head on. We will not shy away from tackling the non-market forces that hold back consolidation and integration. And this covers my 3rd point above. A stronger single market requires deeper liquidity, real competition, and improved EU market infrastructures. Our goal is to unlock these benefits for consumers and industry, driving growth and prosperity across the EU. Let me stress that the development of a single market for capital will be beneficial for investors, big and small, and for all those seeking financing on European markets. Some markets that previously lacked the scale and liquidity will grow and be able to reach a wider audience. But the coexistence of a thriving EU financial system and prosperous local markets will be essential to the success of the Savings and Investments Union. We'll achieve these by integrating and developing both simultaneously. This is why we need member states to act at their own level and in coordination with each other, to leverage their national market and complement EU actions. This is particularly important, obviously, in areas where the EU has limited competencies, like taxation and pensions. Let me turn to my fourth point, the ecosystem. And I would like us to reflect on the role of supervision in European capital markets. When we speak about European competitiveness and reducing fragmentation, supervision has a significant part to play. Of course, the primary focus of supervision is to protect investors and ensure prudential soundness. But we need to consider the bigger picture. Clearly, different national laws can create barriers to entry, increase costs, and hinder the growth of our financial sector. And the different implementation of the same rules creates uncertainty and further complicates the landscape for cross-border investment. Duplicated processes between supervisors add more burden on companies and, again, stifle our competitiveness. We need to ensure predictability for all investors, regardless of their size, their market, and the sector in which they intend to invest. We should see a more harmonized supervisory culture in Europe as a step towards a simpler, more efficient investment ecosystem. The Commission's efforts to streamline processes for companies take many forms. But true simplification means effective implementation, avoiding gold plating, and building a shared culture among supervisors. The Savings and Investments Union will also need to bring more regulatory alignment, fostering the level playing field, cutting down on market fragmentation, simplifying processes, and removing barriers. The current situation is still challenging to many, and at the minimum, we need to continue improving supervisory convergence. ESMA will play a central part in all of this, and the review of ESMA's mandate is not far off. For example, as was mentioned today, in new areas of supervision, Jean-Paul, does it make sense that national competent authorities build capacity individually if the same tasks can be performed jointly for the entire Union? Similarly, is it efficient or effective to have major market infrastructure providers covering several member states supervised by multiple national supervisors? Looking for more consistent supervision doesn't mean necessarily a unique supervisor. I'm not attached to a specific model of supervision, but I am very much attached to efficient, coordinated, harmonized, shared supervision, where an operator located in Italy can expect a similar decision from an operator located in Estonia for the same issue. I am very much attached to consistent implementation and enforcement of our commonly agreed rules. And I am very much attached to making sure the instruments and powers our supervisors are endowed, be it at European or national level, are used efficiently and to its fullest, to the benefit of our investors and our businesses. The development of the Savings and Investments Union strategy will give us a good opportunity to examine what changes of approach and roles may need to be applied. Still, on the ecosystem our Savings and Investments Union will need to bring about, let me say also a word about banks. The Savings and Investments Union requires that our capital and banking markets progress in tandem. Europe's capital markets and banking sector are deeply connected. What happens in one will always have some impact on the other. By recognizing this connection, we can drive growth, improve efficiency, and reduce risks across both. We will therefore work on the completion of the banking union, topic very close to my heart, recognizing the role that banks play as intermediaries, looking at ways of making them more efficient and effective, ensuring financial stability, and addressing persisting barriers. There are many other actions that we will take forward under the Savings and Investments Union, and I look forward to presenting those over the coming weeks and months. The Savings and Investments Union success inevitably involves a joint responsibility of all interested stakeholders. It will give a greater role for member states-led action. This will be a key feature of the strategy, and this is why we cannot rely only on legislative measures, not just legislation. We will use different tools to incentivize and support member states and drive progress. And member states will find opportunities in our strategy to take action to grow their capital markets and, importantly, to make sure that their citizens can make the most of EU's capital markets. I encourage all of us to embrace ambition for Europe. Let's challenge pessimism, narrow self-interests, and settling for less. We must instead be bold, we must work together, and we must follow through on our commitments. There is no time to waste. The 450 million citizens of Europe are rightly demanding solutions that will enable them to create fair and meaningful expectations for the future. We must deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you for those excellent remarks. It's time of the day to conclude the conference. And as I opened this day, I called on having an ambitious agenda and an ambitious vision of how to make European capital markets reach their full potential. As we now move towards closing of the day, having listened to all the distinguished speakers, I hope you feel like me, truly inspired and fully energized to get on and take us to that vision of a savings and investment union. To me, it is striking that while our speakers come from such a wide range of different backgrounds and perspectives, and I think you heard it here on the various panels, very different views, but what I certainly heard a lot today was the word action and urgency. We certainly need to take the next steps. And there, I think what I also picked up was that we need to make sure to make the Savings and Investment Union really connecting the savings that we have in Europe with the need for the investments. I think Enrico Letta made that very clear. I also really liked Adina Friedman giving us this positive, energetic push, Europe can do it, and actually being very positive about the perspectives of Europe. I think then looking at the two other panels, what we heard very much about the funding of the companies is we also need to look at where is our regulation too complex, too difficult, and too heavy to handle, and where can we actually cut down on that. At the same time, similarly for the investors, how can we make the investor journey easier, engage more with the investor to really get interested in engaging in capital markets. Then obviously, many thanks, Jacques, for your reminding us of the achievements that we have made on the single rulebook, but also sharing with us your dream. And certainly, as ESMA, we will try to do everything to make your dream come a reality. And finally, and by no means least, thank you very much, Maria-Louise, for your remarks. It was, I think, so good to hear the real commitment of the Commission to take the next steps, take actions, and make the Savings and Investment Union happen on the ground. As you rightly say, we still live in a world which has persistent fragmentation, and we need to make sure we break down some of these barriers to bring the European markets together, to create the liquidity and the funding opportunities for our economy, for our investors, and for our businesses. And so there's more to do, and all I can say is ESMA certainly stands ready to play its part in that journey. And I want to thank everyone who has been here and joined us today, whether in person or remotely, and thank you for everyone who's been not able to come to the conference in person, but who has listened and hopefully also got something out of it remotely. I want to particularly thank everyone who has been part of our speakers today. Thank you very much to all of them for bringing their perspectives to bear. I want to thank the moderators. I also want to very specifically thank all the organizers and particularly all the ESMA staff who've made this day possible. It's a lot of work behind it, as you can imagine, so thank you very much to the team, if I can do that. And last but not least, many thanks to our Master of Ceremony, Laura, who has led us through today. And certainly from my perspective, this event has really given inspiration and energy to try to take us forward in the future. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'll finally hand over to Laura. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Verena. Before we wrap up, I'm going to subject you to one final Slido, which we're going to have up there. So we had a poll earlier this morning for anybody who wasn't here, trying to gauge the level of confidence and enthusiasm around Capital Markets Union in this room. We're now going to ask a similar question again. So if you were hesitant about the SIU, have you changed your mind after today's discussions? Now, I see quite a lot of I was already convinced, which is not what we saw earlier. So we could use some more forthrightness in the responses. They are all anonymized, so no one's going to hold you to it. But we do see, so the most popular answer is, yes, I heard a lot of, oh no, it was briefly, yes, I heard a lot of interesting arguments, which was then overtaken by, no, I still need some convincing, which means that we may all need to gather here again next year to further convince the people in the coming months. But I think overall, hopefully people have found the day interesting. We've heard lots of diverse views, lots of very stimulating conversations. We do apologise that we were not able to get to audience questions, either online or in the room. We will try to do better next time, but we do appreciate your participation in the Slido, and we very much appreciate all your time and attention for today. There are now drinks upstairs, so if anybody would like to stay and have some drinks, you can make your way upstairs. Thank you so much.